Chapter 328. Master, what realm are you exactly? He has already reached the void-crossing realm in terms of cultivation level. Guwen replied offhandedly, as if he was talking about a trivial matter of no importance. And Exian was shocked once again, her mouth agape and hands involuntarily covering her face, seemingly unable to accept this reality. She and Anhao had started cultivating on the same day and knew all too well how extraordinary Anhao's pace of cultivation was. Precisely because of this, she was very clear that Yang Jian's progress was no less sensational than Anhao's. She had watched Yang Jian enter the valley, watched him grow up. In the beginning, how mediocre Yang Jian had been, yet he had grown so rapidly right under her nose. It was simply outrageous. Suddenly, an Exian didn't know what to say. Guwen looked at her and smiled. Keep cultivating well. Strive to surpass those who came before you. An Exian hesitated. But my talent. After all, she had trained under Guwen and, seeing the vast gap between her and Anhao, her confidence had long since been worn away. What was in the past was in the past. Had I not let you settle in, how could you have today's temperament? Do you think your senior brother could have had it all smooth sailing? I've intervened for him countless times over the years. He always loves to cause me trouble. Guwen huffed. An Exian was astonished. The master had helped the senior brother before? Why hadn't the senior brother mentioned it? Damn it, he actually kept it hidden from me. An Exian gritted her teeth. She looked at Guwen and asked, Then, do I have a chance to surpass my senior brother? Guwen spoke earnestly. That depends on how much determination you're willing to put forth. No one is predestined to be stronger than another. These words completely ignited Nzin's aspirations, as if flames were blazing in her eyes. Blood Prison Great Saint was somewhat displeased. I haven't finished bragging yet. After returning to Third Medicine Valley, an Exian was in an exceptionally good mood, wandering around and greeting everyone she saw. For this senior disciple of the Medicine Valley, all the disciples held great respect. Passing by, Chuanyue asked with a cheerful smile, Senior sister, why are you so happy? An Exian replied with a smile, Because the moonlight is beautiful tonight. Chuanyue looked puzzled, but an Exian did not explain, instead brushing past him. On the other side, in a loft, Guwen picked up Green Hero Travelogue and had only been reading for a short while when Ji Xiaoyu came up the stairs and entered the room. Where did you two go during the day? Ji Xiaoyu stared at Guwen and asked. Guwen answered, We went out for cultivation. Really? What can you teach her? Well, I managed to teach Yang Jian, didn't I? Just wait, maybe he'll make a name for himself and shake the world someday. Ji Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. After a moment of silence, she asked, You wouldn't happen to know Sword Venerable Fudao, would you? Guwen's face changed dramatically, and he exclaimed with shock, How did you know? Really? Truth be told, I am actually a disciple of Sword Venerable Fudao. Heh? What? You don't believe me? Okay then, I am Sword Venerable Fudao. Ji Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at Guwen and said, You're always talking nonsense. Every time I ask about your secrets, you always dodge the question, yet I've shared everything with you. At this point, her tone carried a hint of melancholy. Guwen replied helplessly, My dear sister, I do want to know. Every time you just tell me outright, I listen with trepidation, fearing that your enemy from a former life will come knocking at our door. It's not death I fear, but if the enemy tortures me severely, even if I confess, they might not believe me. As he spoke, Guwen rambled on, causing Ji Xiaoyu to show a look of remorse. From Guwen's perspective, it indeed seemed like a lot of pressure. After Guwen finished speaking, Ji Xiaoyu asked, Should I stop telling you from now on? Really? False. I'm still going to tell you. You only live once. I speak to you not because I want to talk about these things. Having said that, Ji Xiaoyu turned and left, leaving behind her solitary silhouette. Guwen laughed to himself. This girl's nature was indeed amusing. Then, he picked up the Green Hero Travelogue from the table and continued reading. Shen Tianyi hadn't published a new book recently, which had allowed some laziness to set in, causing Guwen some dissatisfaction. Find a moment to tap him on the shoulder? Forget it. That's beneath my dignity. Having Shinjin come back to the Jianghu wouldn't be bad either. She has the talent to surpass Shen. High up under the blue sky, above the white clouds, Guan rode the blood prison great saint with an Xian standing beside him. An Xian, dressed all in white and wearing a white jade mask, was at that moment caressing her mask. Master, where are we going? An Xian turned her head and asked, feeling a powerful force whisking her away, immense and vast. To another branch of your master's sect, Guan replied. Upon hearing this, an Xian immediately became excited and asked, Master, what realm are you really in? Even Senior Nine Fingers and the others can't see through your disguise. I am slightly higher in cultivation level than the Nine-Finger Divine Lord, Wu Xing and Xin Xinzi, Guan answered ambiguously. Seeing that he was unwilling to reveal more, an Xian didn't press the matter and started to get curious about their destination. A gust of sea breeze blew from the front, prompting an Xian to turn her head. Immediately, her complexion changed drastically. One by one, towering and majestic peaks entered her vision, shocking her very eyes. Guan glanced at her, feeling a sense of emotion. Since they had recognized each other, an Xian seemed to have become a different person, lively as if returning to her youthful days. This indicated that she truly saw Guan as family. With parents present, a child can afford to be willful. Without parents to accompany, one must learn to behave properly. An Xian was like this, which made Guan quite happy. After all, he had watched an Xian grow up, and she had been with him for so many years. In his heart, wasn't an Xian like a daughter? Look at you, acting like you've never seen anything. This is Mortal World Peak, and the master here is the Peak Master of Dingtian Peak. Blood Prison Great Saint said proudly, as if he himself were the Peak Master of Dingtian Peak. An Xian exclaimed in astonishment, Dingtian Peak? I've heard of it. Senior Lu came to attend the Millennial Peak Conference before, so that's how it is, no wonder. Master, if Senior Lu knew it was you taking care of her in secret, with her affection for you, she would probably wish to pledge herself to you right there and then. Guan's handsome face turned red, and he fake coughed, saying, What nonsense are you spouting? How could a girl speak such words? Your master would never become Taoist friends with her. Just so. She isn't worthy? Blood Prison Great Saint chimed in, feeling annoyed with Lu Lingjun, also an ascender, ever since she had called him a stupid cow. An Xian giggled behind her hand and said, I finally understand why the master refuses to accept those female companions. Indeed, there's no need. They would only drag you down. She admired Guan greatly. The master truly gave without expecting anything in return. What woman could resist his charisma? And who would have thought that Sword Venerable Fudao would be a valley master at the Supreme Sect? Such a waste of talent. The master really has patience. An Xian silently vowed to herself to become a great cultivator like her master. Hidden amidst the mortal coil, watching over the swirling winds of the world with a smile. If she could truly surpass her senior brother and junior brothers, she would also conceal her cultivation level, watching the two of them vie against each other with a smile. Just by thinking about it, an Xian felt a surge of excitement. At that moment, a vast aura descended, dispersing the sea of clouds and fluttering in Zin's long hair and gown. She looked up, and her eyes instinctively widened. There before her was a green mountain reflection stretching across the sky, larger than all the massive peaks in front of them. Guan remained expressionless. His reason for coming today was for this very item. It was an Immortal Path supreme treasure belonging to Mortal World Peak. Chapter 329. Fu Xinxiu, Qingtian Peak. When the azure mountain shadows hung, suspended in the sky, disciples from various peaks flew out, looking up at this magnificent scene. Guan did not stop, taking Blood Prison Great Saint and an Xian toward Dingtian Peak. An Xian, feeling the aura of the mountains and cultivators along the way, was secretly astonished, realizing that Mortal World Peak truly was unfathomable. Seeing that Senior Lu hadn't spoken falsely. The oppressive force of the azure mountain shadows lingered for a long time, enveloping the entire domain of Mortal World Peak, prompting discussions among the disciples from all peaks. Upon reaching Dingtian Peak, Guwen flew toward the mountaintop. Only then did an Exian truly feel the immense size and height of these mountains. Thinking that such a vast mountain belonged to her master, and Zin's gaze toward Guwen was filled with admiration. Soon, they arrived at the top of the mountain, and as soon as they landed, Zhu Xinglan, the leading disciple of Dingtian Peak, appeared and came forward to greet Guwen with a salute. "What's the situation?" Guwen asked. Zhu Xinglan replied, "Its main peak's Fu Xinxiu subduing an immortal path supreme treasure. He is the future master of the main peak and the disciple with the strongest talent in 1,000,000 years in mortal world peak." There was a complex tone in his voice when he mentioned Fu Xinxiu. Guwen looked up at the azure mountain shadow in the sky and laughed. "That's quite a commotion. For such a carefree primordial immortal to subdue an immortal path supreme treasure. It seemed to be quite strenuous. It seemed that this immortal path supreme treasure was somewhat special." Zhu Xinglan answered, "This immortal path supreme treasure was found beyond outer heaven by the peak master, without the suppression of chi fortune from the holy court. Truly subduing its immortal spirit would raise quite a ruckus, and there have been those who failed before." Guwen nodded and then asked about Dingtian Peak's recent situation, learning that there was nothing requiring his intervention. Only then did Guwen start walking toward the medicine garden. An Exian and blood prison great saint followed behind him, with Zhu Xinglan accompanying them, yet his gaze occasionally shifted toward the sky, admiring the vast azure mountain shadow. Who wouldn't want to possess an immortal path supreme treasure? It's just that their numbers were limited, and it wasn't something one could have just by wishing for it. While picking medicinal herbs, Guwen introduced them to an Exian. The majority of the medicinal herbs here were unheard of by an Exian, so she listened intently and wasn't distracted by the phenomenon in the sky. Zhu Xinglan was inwardly curious about the origins of this girl, feeling that their master treated her differently compared to others. And Zin's mask, crafted by Guwen, was inscrutable for Zhu Xinglan, who was at the 9th layer of Wandering Immortal Realm, and he didn't dare probe with his divine sense. An hour later, the vast oppressive force enveloping mortal world peak began to dissolve, and the azure mountain shadow in the sky remained, even becoming more detailed, revealing trees that swayed with the wind, as if they were truly real. "You can go on with your duties. There's no need to follow us." Guwen, just stepping out from a section of the medicine garden, turned his head and spoke to Zhu Xinglan, who immediately saluted and then disappeared into thin air. Attracted by the sudden disappearance, an Exian looked at Guwen and asked, "Master, what's his cultivation level?" Guwen casually replied, "Wandering Immortal Realm, 9 layers." And Zin's pupils, hidden beneath the mask, involuntarily widened. She had heard of Wandering Immortals. The 9-fingered Divine Lord who took first place in the heavenly ranking tournament was a Wandering Immortal. To reach the 9th layer of Wandering Immortal Realm, didn't that mean the person just now might be even stronger than the 9-fingered Divine Lord? Feeling the pressure, an Exian thought of the multitude of disciples at Dingtian Peak, each seemingly an immortal, commanding such formidable power. How could she not feel the pressure when her master was training her with such focus? At the very least, she couldn't disappoint her master. Master and disciple walked and chatted along the mountain path, with blood prison great saint trailing behind. As the sea breeze blew and they looked out over the entire world, they seemed so insignificant. The azure mountain shadow in the sky began to scatter, and not long after, the sky returned to its original state, resplendently blue. "Master, if you compared that immortal path supreme treasure to Martial Uncle Li Ya's divine exotic city, which would be stronger?" An Exian couldn't help but ask. The strength of divine exotic city left a deep impression on her when Leah participated in the heavenly ranking tournament. The strength of an immortal path supreme treasure is related to the user's cultivation level. Leah is not yet able to fully unleash divine exotic city's power, Guwen answered. The mightiest feature of an immortal path supreme treasure is its eternal indestructibility. Currently, there are many immortal path supreme treasures in the world, all passed down from generation to generation, each symbolizing the lifetime of a 9 heavens of immortal path being. After hearing this, and Xian became even more curious about Immortal Path's supreme treasure. Guwen brought her here today to broaden her horizons, to understand the world structure, and to comprehend what an Immortal Path's supreme treasure is. What's that? Blood Prison Great Saint suddenly spoke up, and an Xian turned her head to look, seeing a streak of azure light racing from the distant horizon of the sea, stirring up huge waves. A smile appeared on Guwen's face. He thought to himself, as expected. The immortal spirit of that Immortal Path's supreme treasure was not simple, which was also the reason Guwen came to watch the excitement today. An Immortal Path's supreme treasure from beyond outer heaven implied there was a scheme behind it. That treasure heading straight for Dingtian Peak was probably related to the demon fetus within. As the azure light drew closer, an Xian and Blood Prison Great Saint's expressions drastically changed, a feeling of indescribable panic born in their hearts. This panic emerged but vanished in an instant because Guwen stepped forward. An Xian and Blood Prison Great Saint subconsciously looked toward Guwen and raised his hand to grasp, then clenched his fist, and the distant azure light immediately disappeared. An Xian and Blood Prison Great Saint turned to look but could no longer see the azure light. It was as if the previous sight was just an illusion. Both looked toward Guwen's outstretched hand. Unfortunately, Guwen's fist remained closed, shielding from their view whatever lay within his palm. A figure descended from the sky and landed at the edge of a cliff, maintaining a distance of 10 steps from Guwen. He frowned as he looked at Guwen Fushinshio, Carefree Primordial Immortal Realm. 5 layers 168487/75000/250000. Seeing the other's lifespan, Guwen felt he indeed deserved the reputation of the #1 talent of Mortal World Peak. In the future, he might even surpass the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma. Fu Shinshio asked, "Could it be Senior Menglang?" Menglang? And Zin's gaze turned curious. Guwen, on the other hand, laughed and said, "This treasure headed straight for my Dingtian Peak. Could it be considered fated for me?" Fu Shengxia's face drastically changed. After all his troubles, was the treasure taken by someone else? Although he did not attend the Millennium Summit, how could Fu Shinshio not know that a great cultivator had been added to Mortal World Peak? One capable of eradicating the Elder of Mo Hen. Such a great power was definitely beyond his contend. Moreover, the fact that the other party could easily seize the treasure demonstrated a vast gap between them. For a moment, Fu Shinshio was unsure what to do. His master, Taoist Lord Yongyan, had instructed him to try his best to recruit Menglang. That was an Immortal Path supreme treasure. Furthermore, one with intact restrictions, uncontrolled by the Holy Court, an Immortal Path supreme treasure. Senior. Fu Shinshio gritted his teeth, wanting to test Guwen's attitude. Guwen suddenly opened his hand, revealing a tiny azure mountain that glistened faintly with light within his palm. Upon seeing the mountain, Fu Shengxia's gaze was fixed and could not be moved. An Xian and Blood Prison Great Saint, although unclear about the newcomer's realm, could tell that his nature and temperament were extraordinary. Could the little azure mountain in their master's hand be the Immortal Path supreme treasure? He could seize an Immortal Path supreme treasure with a mere wave of his hand? And Zin's heart filled with admiration. "If I let go, are you sure you can catch it?" Guwen asked with a chuckle. Fu Shinshio hurriedly replied, "I will do my utmost." Immediately, Guwen threw the tiny azure mountain into the distance, casually launching it 1,000,000 miles away. Fu Shinshio appeared out of thin air beside the little mountain, his mana swirling around his hand as he reached out to grasp it. Boom! A terrifying momentum suddenly exploded, tossing Fu Shinshio away, and his face grew extremely unsightly. The little mountain turned into an azure beam, once again streaking toward Dingtian Peak. As Fu Shinshio turned around, he saw that the light had vanished. He flew swiftly toward Dingtian Peak, landing again on the edge of the cliff with a complex expression as he looked at Guwen. The little mountain once again floated above Guwen's palm. That moment, several figures appeared out of nowhere in the air behind Fu Shinshio, all of whom were the authorities of Mortal World Peak. Even the master of the main peak, Taoist Lord Yongyan, had come. Baizia's gaze fell on the little mountain in Guwen's hand, and then shifted to Fu Shinshio, revealing a mocking expression. Guan turned to Taoist Lord Yongyan and laughed. Peak Master. This treasure kept smashing into my Dingtian peak. I had no choice but to claim it. Taoist Lord Yongyan seemed to realize something, a hint of understanding crossing his eyes, and then he laughed. This is Qingtian Peak, sought by one of my juniors in outer heaven. If Taoist friend likes it, I am willing to bestow it upon Taoist friend. Upon hearing this, Fu Xinxiu immediately became anxious and looked at Taoist Lord Yongyan, saying, Master? Well then, I will find you another Immortal Path Supreme Treasure in the future. You have no fate with this one. It's not reasonable to blame others, Taoist Lord Yongyan said with finality. Although he was only one minor realm higher than Fu Xinxiu was raised by him, so facing his decision, Fu Xinxiu had no choice but to give up. He took a deep breath, gave Guan a salute, and then turned and left. The other peak masters looked at each other in dismay, each harboring their own thoughts. Taoist Lord Yongyan, looking back at Guan, said, The treasure indeed has a destiny with Dingtian Peak. I hope Taoist friend can protect Dingtian Peak well. Guan nodded and said, If Mortal World Peak needs me, I will also take action. Taoist Lord Yongyan's face revealed a smile, and then he took his leave. The other peak masters successively saluted and dispersed. Guan felt a hint of regret. Zia didn't seek him out for a chat. Their relationship seemed to have grown distant. After everyone left, an Xian couldn't help but ask, Just like that, you obtained an Immortal Path Supreme Treasure. It was her first time seeing her master so assertive. And of course, Sword Venerable Fudao had always been domineering in his actions. Guan was just gentle toward cultivators of lower realms. Blood Prison Great Saint stared intently at Qingtian Peak in Guan's hand, suddenly feeling that he too might one day possess such a treasure. As long as he performed well, Guan proceeded to walk toward the top of the mountain, while he used his divine thought to probe Qingtian Peak in his hand. Qingtian Peak had already fostered an immortal spirit, apparently alive for many years, far more powerful than divine exotic immortal spirit. After all, it was able to break free from the suppression of a carefree primordial immortal. Soon, his divine thought captured a heavenly demon, hidden within the walls of a dilapidated temple within Qingtian Peak, extremely concealed and probably difficult to detect even for the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma. Practice diligently. Once you are strong enough, I will give this treasure for you to use, Guan said to an Xian beside him, who was full of curiosity, smiling gently. Chapter 330. Awakening really? When an Xian heard Guan's words, she was instantly excited, and the eyes of the Blood Prison Great Saint also turned fiery. Indeed, the master would not be stingy with the treasures of the immortal path. After returning to the mountaintop, Guan had an Xian start cultivating while he went back to the house alone. Sitting on his bed, Guan's gaze fell on Qingtian Peak. He first used his divine thought to erase any marks and restrictions within Qingtian Peak that made him wary. The immortal spirit of Qingtian Peak was very submissive and did not resist Guan. Instead, it was quite jubilant. After taking safety precautions, Guan began to make Qingtian Peak recognize him as its master. With the compliance of the Qingtian immortal spirit, it took Guan less than an hour to refine the restrictions of Qingtian Peak and take control of the soul of the Qingtian immortal spirit, making it completely serve him. With the Qingtian immortal spirit in hand, this would be the combat power of a carefree primordial immortal. Moreover, Guan felt that the power contained in Qingtian Peak was greater than the 7 stars mirror, the immortal king crown, and the divine exotic city. The immortal king crown and divine exotic city had been damaged and needed a long time to recover. The 7 stars mirror hadn't suffered much damage but was slightly weaker than Qingtian Peak. However, the difference was limited. After all this, the corners of Guan's mouth curved upward. Next, it was like capturing a turtle in a jar. Forget it, let me leave him hanging for a while. After all, he can't escape or pass any messages outside. He pretended not to know that a heavenly demon was hidden inside Qingtian Peak, and the Qingtian immortal spirit was completely unaware. During the process of making Qingtian Peak his own, Guan peeked into the memory of the Qingtian immortal spirit. It spent most of its time either asleep or sealed by a strong force, unaware of the filth inside it. Although unaware of the filth inside, the Qingtian immortal spirit was influenced by it. It inexplicably felt something attracting it at Dingtian Peak. Thus it crashed towards Dingtian Peak. If Guwen had not intervened, it planned to directly smash Dingtian Peak to force the alluring thing to reveal itself. From this perspective, the identity of the demon fetus below is not simple. Guwen thought silently. He pondered whether or not to move the demon fetus elsewhere. But where could he move it to? Moving it, if awakened prematurely, wouldn't that accelerate the catastrophe? No matter, let it stay here. As for whether another heavenly demon will come later, he didn't care. He would destroy any heavenly demon with lesser cultivation than his. As for those with higher cultivation than his, if they could infiltrate the great heavenly spirit land, wouldn't the holy court have been penetrated long ago? Guwen shrank Qingtian Peak into an accessory and hung it on his belt. His ultimate elusive body was evolved from the practice of the demon shadow divine skill. Its main use now was to block all causality deduction, which also protected Qingtian Peak when it was attached to his body, making it indeducible. It wasn't necessary to activate the ultimate elusive body to block causality deduction. After mastering it, he could block it permanently. In such a case, releasing some causality on the surface could easily misguide others' deductions. The ultimate elusive body also had combat capabilities, allowing his physical soul to become elusive, dodging spells and divine skills, providing infinite uses in battle. Guwen stood up, stretched lazily, and loosened his body. Heavenly demons, the holy court. It's really hard to achieve true peace in this world. Guwen reflected internally, yet he faced no pressure. There's still much time ahead. Take it slow. The conflicts of the moment mean little. Who laughs last is what truly matters. As the seasons changed, a new year arrived. Just after the new year, Guwen was in the forest instructing an Xian on qi absorption cultivation. The stepping path of Age's step was too profound and enigmatic. Even with Guwen's personal guidance, an Xian still found it difficult to master. The current goal for an Xian was to discover the patterns of the stepping path of Age's step. An Xian moved swiftly, appearing 5 steps away in an instant before stumbling and falling to the ground. She sat on the ground, feeling dizzy and shaky, her eyes closed and mouth slightly open, which made Guwen want to laugh. He didn't help an Xian regain her composure. This was a necessary path for her. She stayed in that spot for nearly half an hour before fully regaining her senses. Turning to Guwen, she gave a bitter smile and said, "Master, this technique is incredibly profound. Do I really need to learn it?" Guwen, holding the 7 stars mirror like a fan, chuckled and said, "You must learn it. Just absorbing qi is not enough, and besides, cultivating divine skills will enhance your understanding too." An Xian made a mournful face but didn't give up. Instead, she stood up again, ready to continue practicing the stepping path of Age's step. The thought of the previous dizzy sensation made an Xian want to vomit. She raised her hands, patted her face, and tried not to think about the discomfort. At that moment, she turned her head and saw a golden glow in the sky outside the forest, rapidly stretching out and magnificent like the sunset. Guwen also looked up, his expression calm. Is it finally coming? Meanwhile, overseas on an island, Yang Jian and Heaven Sect stood side by side. Yang Jian gazed at his right hand, having just crushed a golden jade stone given by Heaven Sect, with his palm covered by a golden sphere and tiny golden stars scattering into the air. He appeared expressionless, yet he was extremely nervous inside. Merging with his past memories, was he still himself? Heaven Sect looked at him and comfortingly said, "Don't worry. This process won't be painful. I've already set up formations, and no one will disturb you." Yang Jian looked up at the sky where the golden glow covered the sky. So beautiful. But this phenomenon, Yang Jian hesitated. Heaven Sect stroked his beard and said, "Don't worry. This phenomenon covers a vast area, and you don't have to worry." Yang Jian took a deep breath and refocused on his palm. Then, the golden stars rising from his palm began to fly toward his face, eventually entering his eyes. The wind picked up on the island as the world's spiritual energy surged towards Yang Jian. The golden light in his palm brightened, illuminating his face while his eyes flickered with different scenes. Seeing this, Heaven Sect smiled, slowly backing away to give Yang Jian space. Elsewhere, inside Supreme Sect, Guwen could see the heaven and earth rules enveloping Yang Jian, with Yin Yang rules being the most intense. He couldn't understand the process, but he felt that Yang Jian wouldn't encounter any mishap. There was no other soul in that golden jade stone, so there was no risk of soul snatching. Master, why has the sky changed color? An Exian curiously asked. Your fellow disciple is awakening his past memories, Guwen said nonchalantly as he gazed at the sky. Past memories? An Exian immediately became interested, and Guwen did not hide the truth, revealing Yang Jian's causality. Hearing that Yang Jian was the reincarnation of a holy king from the holy court, an Exian was even more shocked. No wonder he's so powerful, Master. Could my fellow senior brother also be the reincarnation of a great power? An Exian asked, staring intently at Guwen, her eyes apprehensive. Probably not. Guwen's answer left an Exian feeling disappointed. If An Hao was a reincarnation of a great figure, that would mean she was not too bad. The problem was her comparison to An Hao. However, everyone might have a past life. Once you reach a certain realm, you will understand, Guwen said and then looked away. He stood up and said, let's stop here for today. Upon hearing this, Anzin's face revealed a relieved smile. She followed Guwen's steps. Master, if Yang Jian awakens his past memories, does that mean he will become the Holy King again? Is the Holy King powerful? What he becomes is up to him to decide. As for the power of a Holy King, let me tell you something. The Great Cold Demon Sect previously served a Holy King. Ah? A Holy King could command a sect like the Great Cold Demon Sect? Don't be overly dramatic. Thinking about it now, having such a powerful Holy King as my junior brother feels like a dream. I'm telling you this, not for you to marvel, but for you to clearly know your own goals. Hee, Master, I will practice diligently. With your teachings, what is a Holy King? The master and disciple continued chatting as they returned to the valley. Guwen used the power of causality to alter their conversation, so he wasn't worried about exposure. After reaching the divine thought true immortal realm, Guwen studied causality and destiny the most and controlled his own power of causality more and more skillfully. Meanwhile, every being in the Broken Sea domain looked up at the heavenly phenomenon. Guwen even saw some powerful figures flying out from the Holy Land where the Holy Court was located, rushing towards the Broken Sea domain. Fortunately, Yang Jian was not awakening in the Taizong continent. Otherwise, the continent would face trouble again. The golden phenomenon lasted a day and a night, and by noon the next day, Shenzhen came to visit Guwen. After closing the door, she started setting up a formation and busied herself for a while before coming to sit at the table. Yo, still reading Green Hero Travel? Why not read my Supreme Secret Records? Shenzhen teased. Guwen replied, Supreme Secret Records is too short. The implication was, when will you write something new? Shenzhen seemed not to understand. She took out a scroll from her storage bag and spread it out on the table. She had actually drawn the golden phenomenon from yesterday. The golden sky enveloped the land and mountains, showcasing the majestic atmosphere of the immense landscape. Guwen noticed that as the scroll was unrolled, the heaven and earth rules gradually drew near. Once again, she used her painting to move the heaven and earth rules. Yesterday's phenomenon was no simple matter. It gave me an indescribable feeling. Shenzhen began to share her thoughts on her painting process. However, Guwen caught a special power emerging from the depths of the heaven and earth rules. This power somewhat resembled the inheritance left by Heaven Sect. Could it be that Yang Jian's past life was also related to the heavenly Tao represented by Heaven Sect? Besides this power, Guwen was interested in the reincarnation rules. This painting also attracted the reincarnation rules. Heaven and earth rules are omnipresent, only elusive to mortal spirits. In the eyes of a divine thought true immortal, heaven and earth comprise many layers. Beneath the heaven and earth rules lies even deeper forces of order. After Xinjun introduced her painting process, she proudly asked, "What do you think? It seems you've sensed my painting intent. Want you comment?" Guwen focused on the scroll and replied, "It indeed makes one easily lose their mind. You are very impressive." "That's right." Xinjun raised her jaw, extremely proud. Just as Guwen was about to speak, the scroll suddenly burst into flames, startling Xinjun as she tried to extinguish it. "Don't approach. This fire is not right," Guwen said sternly, stopping Xinjun from acting rashly. Chapter 331. The great emperor from the silent destruction domain Guan's gaze remained fixed on the burning scroll on the table while his divine sense locked onto outer heaven. Above the great heavenly spirit land hung 7 suns. From within one of those suns, the eyes of a mysterious colossal creature opened and stared directly at Guan's attic. It was this creature that caused the scroll to burn. Guwen was not perturbed. The beings in those 7 days all possessed the cultivation level of the carefree primordial immortal, posing no threat to him, but he could feel that they bore great karmic debts and were backed by a mighty presence. Thinking about it, it was normal. After all, if the Holy Court could contain them, either their patron was the Holy Court or their patron was feared by the Holy Court. Regardless of the situation, Guwen did not want to stir trouble unnecessarily. Soon, the scroll on the table turned to ash, yet it miraculously did not affect the table's surface. Xinjun asked, somewhat shaken, "What was that just now?" Even with her divinity transformation realm cultivation level, she could not understand how the flames appeared and vanished. At this moment, she felt as if she had incurred the wrath of the heavens. Guwen took a deep breath and said, "I'm not sure. It seems like you shouldn't have painted yesterday's vision." Xinjun frowned and asked, "Only yesterday?" "It seems so, since you've painted other pictures before without such events occurring," Guwen replied. Thinking about it, the karmic debt hidden by Yang Jian seemed to be related to those 7 days. Xinjun took a deep breath and said, "Forget it. My cultivation is too weak, and I certainly cannot provoke them." With her words, Guwen saw the mysterious creature within the sun close its eyes. Xinjun had managed to escape this ordeal. It was merely a warning, indicating that the mysterious beings of the 7 days were not so murderous or domineering. Guwen sat back down and teased, "You're quite something, managing to draw a picture that provokes the wrath of the heavens." Xinjun did not take pride in that but earnestly said, "Indeed, I felt I was capturing an obscure and mysterious state while painting, and each time after I finished painting, it became easier for me to cultivate. Many confusions in cultivation would also become clearer." "It seems you're also about to undergo a profound transformation," Guwen said enviously. Only then did Xinjun smile, snorting, "Be nicer to me from now on. Perhaps I'll become an immortal someday." "All right, immortal Xin. Good boy. How shameless." Daring to offend a future immortal?" The two began to bicker, and the fear in Xinjun's heart was swept away. She felt that she needed to be more cautious about her future paintings. She had to discern clearly what should be painted and what should not. An hour later, Xinjun left. Guwen then lay back in his chair and watched Yang Jian and Heaven Sect. After awakening his past life memories, Yang Jian's cultivation had not experienced substantial transformation, but his whole demeanor indeed had changed. Guwen watched for a while and, confirming that Yang Jian was unharmed, withdrew his gaze. In the days that followed, Yang Jian and Heaven Sect stayed on that island, protected by Heaven Sect's formation. Many great cultivators passed by, unable to detect their existence. Until the summer came, Guwen rode the blood prison Great Saint down from the transmission array platform, feeling cheerful. Just as he was about to leave, Nine-Finger Divine Lord approached him curiously and asked, "Guwen, your disciple in Xian has changed significantly lately. What did you teach her?" Because Guwen had previously mentored Yang Jian, he believed Nzin's changes were related to Guwen, which made him more curious about the being behind Guwen. The most mysterious and powerful entity in the Supreme Sect was Sword Venerable Fudao. Nine-Finger Divine Lord had always felt that Guwen was connected to Sword Venerable Fudao, Perhaps Gu An's achievement in Go was related to Sword Venerable Fudao. As for the possibility that Gu An was Sword Venerable Fudao, after learning Gu An's age, he ceased to think in that direction. Unique Taoist sorcery, indescribable and unutterable, unless you become my disciple. Gu An looked down at Nine-Finger Divine Lord and said with a proud smile, causing Nine-Finger Divine Lord to roll his eyes. You know my cultivation level is quite high, and yet you dare take me as a disciple? Nine-Finger Divine Lord said with irritation. Gu An shrugged and replied, The accomplished can be teachers. You surely have aspects where you lag behind me. Could it be that, in your life, you only pursue cultivation levels? Could it be that, in this world, only energy absorption can lead to the Tao? Upon hearing this, Nine-Finger Divine Lord did not counter but fell into thought. Gu An patted the head of the Blood Prison Great Saint, urging him to move forward. The Blood Prison Great Saint had been cultivating the primordial reincarnation skill for years. Though his cultivation level was still sealed, he was hopeful about the future. 1,000 years from now, he would surely become an immortal. Nine-Finger Divine Lord turned his head and asked, Can one also achieve the Tao through playing Go? Who can say for sure? No matter what you do, as long as you put your heart into it, everything is possible. Gu An replied casually. Nine-Finger Divine Lord had clearly been seriously injured. His cultivation level was certainly not just that of a wandering immortal, but Gu An was not interested in his past. Watching Gu An's retreating figure, Nine-Finger Divine Lord sensed a transcendental aura from this young man. He seemed to have seen through the mundane secular world, appearing more like an immortal than actual immortals. Thus, it seemed that Sword Venerable Fudao remained in the Supreme Sect perhaps for this young man. This speculation made Nine-Finger Divine Lord increasingly convinced. It appeared staying in the Supreme Sect was the right choice. Nine-Finger Divine Lord looked toward Divine Heart Sun, who was reading under a tree. Previously, he thought Divine Heart Sun was possessed, but now upon seeing him again, he suddenly felt that Divine Heart Sun might also achieve the Tao. Then looking at the third Medicine Valley, he had a strong feeling. In the years to come, this Medicine Valley would spawn many beings who would stir the winds and clouds of the world. This intrigued him, and anticipation bubbled up in his heart. He would wait and see what kind of person Sword Venerable Fudao's chosen land could nurture. Elsewhere, Gu An went upstairs. He closed the door of his room, sat down in the chair, and took the miniature Qingtian peak that had become a piece of ornament at his waist, placing it on the table. Today he felt a slight anomaly within Qingtian peak, related to that mysterious heavenly demon. That fellow couldn't restrain himself anymore. Gu An's divine sense probed into Qingtian peak, which also concealed a realm within it. Although not as extensive as the realms within Divine Exotic City, this realm was broader than the Taicang continent. At that moment, inside a dilapidated temple, Gu An's divine sense avatar walked in. Sunlight pierced through the worn temple walls, elongating Gu An's shadow. Gu An approached a wall crowded with ancient paintings, pitted and aged, their history unknown. Come out, let's talk. Give me a reason, and I won't erase you. Gu An stated emotionlessly, his gaze fixed on the wall. As the words fell, wisps of demonic chi seeped from the surface of the dilapidated wall. Even in broad daylight, they appeared haunting and horrifying. Shortly after, a gaunt, black-clad old man crawled out from the demonic chi as if transcending time. His eyes brimming with bloodshot veins. He locked his gaze on Gu An the moment he emerged. Upon standing up, he asked in a deep voice, "Who exactly are you, and what do you want?" Gu An answered, "You impact Qingtian Peak toward my mountain. You ask me what I want?" Upon hearing this, the old man's expression grew even grimmer, and he fell silent, his eyes flickering. "Are you here because of the demon fetus?" Gu An asked. Upon hearing this, the old man's face changed drastically, and his body began to tremble. He stared intently at Gu An and asked, "What have you done to him?" "I haven't touched him yet, but the trouble he has caused me seems to be growing." Gu An's tone remained indifferent, making it hard for the old man to gauge his thoughts. The old man hesitated before speaking. "You and us bear no enmity?" Guwen remained silent. Emboldened, the old man continued. If you do not wish to be entangled in this great karma, it would be wise to leave this place. The demon fetus is a reincarnation of the great emperor from the silent destruction domain, gestated for tens of thousands of years and immovable, with more heavenly demons yet to descend. Guwen pondered internally but asked aloud. So, you have already established contacts with some of the upper echelons of the Holy Court? The old man answered, if you truly don't wish to involve yourself in this karma, it's best not to inquire further. Inquiring more will inevitably alert certain beings. When Guwen put forward this question, it indicated to the old man that Guwen was not connected to the Holy Court, so he did not wish to make an enemy of Guwen. Given Guwen's methods in suppressing Qingtian Peak, he knew he was no match. What is the purpose of your infiltration into the great heavenly spirit land? It wouldn't be to target the beings of this realm, would it? So where could I possibly flee to? Guwen asked slowly. He was also making a decision, whether to leave Mortal World Peak. Logically, if he wanted to avoid trouble, he should leave. The universe is vast. There are always places to hide. Besides, our plans cannot commence in the short term. The old man replied, sensing Guwen's intention to withdraw. He felt more confident. What was the cultivation level of the demon fetus in his previous life? Guwen inquired. The great emperor in his previous life was an entity of the immortal 8th layer heaven. It won't be difficult for him to reach the immortal 7th layer heaven in this life, the old man replied. Even though the old man was a carefree primordial immortal, to him, reaching the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm was challenging, not to mention higher realms. The immortal 7th layer heaven was already an existence that could traverse the universe in his mind, unless those eternal beings took action. Immortal 8th layer heaven. Guwen's expression turned ugly, but he was slightly relieved internally. The 7th layer was the Tao void mysterious immortal, and the 8th layer was the divine thought true immortal realm where he belonged. He was at the 9th level of divine thought true immortal realm. The old man, thinking Guwen had been frightened, continued. As long as you leave this place, even if I find the demon fetus, it will take thousands of years to fully form him. You have plenty of time to find a new place for cultivation. Thousands of years? The pressure in Guwen's heart sharply decreased. If it took the old man thousands of years with his help, wouldn't it take tens of thousands of years without him? Guwen spoke. Allow me a few more years to think. I should have that much time, right? The old man did not develop hostility toward him, so he wanted to give the old man a chance. Upon hearing this, the old man's expression relaxed considerably, and he raised his hand in salute, saying, Of course, I hope you can see reason and not delay your future prospects. He could not escape Qingtian Peak, nor could he send out a message. He could only try to maintain good relations with Guwen by blending softness with firmness. Chapter 332 Earth Element Spirit Guwen set down the Qingtian Peak and, after his conversation with the man in black came to an end, his heart grew calm. In situations where the threat was not that great, he naturally wouldn't run away. He would only preserve himself when utterly powerless. Moreover, there was a time difference between higher and lower realms. 10 or 100 years might be lengthy for beings of lower realms, but for immortal path life it was but a fleeting moment. Anyway, the man in black couldn't run away. Guwen decided to keep him for the time being to see what sort of realization he would come to. Guwen raised his hand and beckoned, attracting a piece of paper from across the space. He was ready to write another secret book. The sun set, and the moon rose. Time turned its pages day by day. Winter snow inevitably arrived. Before the world fell into a blanket of white, Guwen went to the wooden fence to enjoy the snowscape. He hadn't stood there long before Ji Xiaoyu walked over, standing side by side with him. Ji Xiaoyu didn't look up at the sky but fixed her gaze on a distant Anexian. Anexian was carrying a plump white spirit rat, constantly moving her little mouth, clearly saying something to the white spirit rat. She's progressing so fast, Ji Xiaoyu whispered. Could she not? Whenever Guwen had time, he would assist an Anexian in entering the way. Although her lifespan didn't increase rapidly, it made her cultivation twice as effective with half the effort. He genuinely intended to cultivate an Xian to surpass an Hao and Yang Jian. It's all right. Her cultivation level is growing very slowly. Guwen spoke. Due to the primordial reincarnation skill, and Xin's cultivation level was always suppressed. Even if she were to release her cultivation level in the future, it would be concealed with her apparent cultivation level controlled at the Foundation Establishment realm. It seemed that Guwen would have to tell an Xian to restrain herself a bit more, since more and more people had started to notice the changes in her. The Ji family recently discovered an undersea secret realm and invited me to go. I could take your disciple along, what do you think? Ji Xiaoyu asked. Upon hearing this, Guwen hurriedly shook his head. An Xian is timid. There's no need to take her. I'll be there. She won't encounter any mishaps. It's unnecessary. It's not something I wish to see to burden you. Is that so? Yes. I just feel that her aptitude is improving. Staying in Medicine Valley might bury her talent. I don't like to hear that. Would I delay her? Guwen glared at Ji Xiaoyu. He had intentionally said this to make Ji Xiaoyu believe that the high-level cultivator guiding an Xian was someone else. Ji Xiaoyu's mouth lifted into a smile. All right then, I want to invite her. I want to see what you can make of her. Guwen smiled. Then when are you leaving? And for how long? This was not the first time Ji Xiaoyu had set out, but Guwen felt that the undersea secret realm would again cause trouble. Perhaps this was what it meant to be a great fortune of energy movement. Continuous trials and tribulations, always narrowly escaping disaster and turning peril into safety. I leave tomorrow morning. The competition for sea resources among the noble families is quite fierce. Ji Xiaoyu started talking about the situation at sea. Despite the vastness of the ocean and the richness of its resources, the coveted areas had long been divided by the major powers, making it difficult to gain a foothold at sea. The Ji family, wanting to occupy a region of their own and lay down roots for development, eyed the secret realm. That oceanic secret realm was the source of abundant spiritual energy nearby. Immortal path beings didn't care about such a realm, but those in the mystic heart realm would fight tooth and nail over it. She shifted the conversation from the Ji family to other significant happenings at sea as Guwen listened with keen interest. During their conversation, a powerful divine sense swept across the Taitsong continent. Guwen was used to this. The other party was probably searching for Yang Jian. Yang Jian, having awakened memories from past lives, shocked many cultivators of the Holy Court, who were still searching for him. Yang Jian didn't run around but focused on cultivating on that island. At sea, only those in the immortal path realm have the power to protect themselves. Even if one achieves nirvana, walking the seas still requires great caution. Ji Xiaoyu remarked, her cultivation having grown higher and allowing her to perceive more. The experiences from her past lives' dreams only deepened her reverence. Guwen smiled. With your talent, you'll achieve nirvana sooner or later. Let alone at sea. Right now there was a divine sense of a heaven and earth flying immortal sweeping the continent. Most beings were completely unaware of this. What about you? Ji Xiaoyu turned to look at Guwen, asking with a calm tone. Nirvana? I'm afraid I won't have the chance. Guwen shook his head and chuckled freely, devoid of any constraints. Ji Xiaoyu offered no consolation, knowing that nirvana was a threshold for mortal spirits to break through fate, a challenge that no one else could assist with. She followed Guwen as they both looked up at the snow falling from the sky. The snowflakes began to fall more heavily. On the sprawling seas, Leah sat on the back of a black eagle that sped along, flapping its wings. The sea breeze tousled Lia's long hair, but his eyes remained fixed on the horizon, unblinking. The divine exotic immortal spirit perched on Lia's shoulder, head tilted, asked, Have you really thought this through? Without using my power, it will be difficult for you to cross the waters ahead. I can sense a dense demon energy there, hiding a great demon of the immortal path. Lia's expression was stoic as he answered softly, Save me when I'm close to death. Ever since his last visit to the divine exotic realm and learning about the origins of divine exotic city, Lia's pride had shattered. He didn't blame the primordial ancestor but was rather more grateful. However, he was filled with resentment towards himself. Leah, oh Leah, what have you been raging about all these years? All this time, he had always needed the primordial ancestor, needed others' help. Without divine exotic city, what was he? Upon returning to the Star Sea congregations, Leah secluded himself for cultivation and pondered over this question. This seclusion lasted for many years. He had now made up his mind. What he needed to do was improve his physical constitution and insight. If and how could cultivate the ancient treasure body, why couldn't he? So, he embarked on the journey to pursue the treasure body. He learned from an elder that a treasure body had once fallen in a certain sea region, possibly leaving behind an opportunity related to the treasure body. Leah, actually, you're still young, and you're already quite formidable. The divine exotic immortal spirit consoled, scratching its head. Having spent many years with Leah, it had grown fond of him and didn't want him to take extreme measures. Don't worry, I will measure my abilities and refrain from making the primordial ancestor take action again, Leah said calmly, his eyes resolute. Following his gaze, dark clouds appeared at the far end of the sea horizon, small but clearly an ominous sign. Meanwhile, on the path of Dingtian Peak on Mortal World Peak, Guan rode the Blood Prison Great Saint while an Exian walked in front of the Blood Prison Great Saint, occasionally looking back and sharing a laugh. The sea breeze blew, stirring Guan's hair by the temples. He withdrew his gaze from spying on Leah and looked towards an Exian. How many of the medicinal herbs did you memorize today? It had been 8 years since Ji Xiaoyu left for the undersea secret realm. She had not returned for 8 years, but as Guan saw she wasn't in mortal peril, he allowed her to face the ordeal alone. During these 8 years, Guan taught an Exian no other spells or divine skills. Aside from chi absorption cultivation, she only practiced the stepping path of Aegis step daily. Wearing a mask, an Exian turned back and said, Master, rest assured, I remember them all. Good. Go back and write them into a book, so other disciples can increase their knowledge in the future. Guan nodded. An Exian was about to reply when 2 figures descended from the sky and landed on the stone steps ahead. Upon seeing these 2 people, an Exian immediately tensed up. They were Taoist Lord Yongyan and Fu Xinxiu from the main peak. An Exian thought they were there to demand the Immortal Path Supreme Treasure. Taoist Lord Yongyan raised his hand in salute, saying, May I inquire if Taoist friend has time? My disciple and I have a matter to request. Upon hearing this, Guan responded, Speak directly, what's the matter? Taoist Lord Yongyan glanced at Fu Xinxiu and said, Since Qingtian Peak has no affinity with my disciple, I have found another great opportunity for him, located within the Sea Demon Thunder domain. It is a treasure left by an ancient great power named Earth Element Spirit. Every 100,000 years it congeals one spirit, and its appearance is not fixed, but it can be confirmed to only appear within the Sea Demon Thunder domain. Earth Element Spirit. It was the first time Guan had heard of this, and he also became interested. According to Taoist Lord Yongyan, that ancient great power was unfathomable in his cultivation. Before passing away, he used some great divine power to refine his Immortal Path Supreme Treasure, submerging it into the Sea Demon Thunder domain, merging it with the ocean, rendering it unfindable. It was only when someone accidentally acquired the Earth Element Spirit that the veil of this opportunity was lifted. The Earth Element Spirit could strengthen the soul of a cultivator, and even demons were eager to obtain it. Later on, the Holy Court took charge of the Sea Demon Thunder domain, and a holy god decreed that the Thunder domain was land without an owner. No sect was allowed to occupy it, and regarding the Earth Element Spirit, it all relied on one's power. Mortal World Peak had also sought the Earth Element Spirit. Either fate was there but the affinity was not, or they found the Earth Element Spirit but lacked the power to fight for it. Hearing about the anomaly in the Sea Demon Thunder domain, which might signal the birth of an Earth Element Spirit, Taoist Lord Yongyan thought of Gu and Taoist friend Meng. If you could take action, I would be deeply grateful, Taoist Lord Yongyan sincerely said, convinced that Gu and had surpassed the carefree immortal realm. Such a great cultivator aiding them would surely clinch the Earth Element Spirit without difficulty. Guan feigned hesitation. Will this offend other sects? Taoist Lord Yongnian replied, "The worthy receive treasures, don't they? I've heard that Taoist friend enjoys cultivating medicinal herbs, so am willing to transplant a batch of Immortal Path medicinal herbs to Dingtian Peak from the main peak. How about that? Taoist friend is too kind. I've already said that if Mortal World Peak encounters an issue, it'll take action. When do we set out?" Guan spoke earnestly, bringing a smile to Taoist Lord Yongnian's face. Fu Shengxia's mouth twitched, but he said nothing. Having had Qingtian Peak taken by Guan, it was impossible for him not to feel resentment, yet now he could only maintain courtesy. "How about in 3 days?" Taoist Lord Yongnian asked. "No problem. We'll set out after 3 days then." Guan nodded. Taoist Lord Yongnian thanked him again, then left with Fu Shinxiu. An Exian turned back and looked at Guan, wanting but hesitating to speak. Guan glanced at her, asking casually, "Want to go and see?" An Exian instinctively wanted to nod, but after thinking it through, she shook her head. "Better not. I might cause you trouble. I won't go." "I could take you there." "Really?" Surprise sparkled in Nzin's eyes. Guan replied, "If you go, you must diligently practice the step technique I taught you. No slacking off." Upon hearing this, an Exian hesitated for a moment but ultimately nodded. The stepping path of Aegis Step was indeed exquisite, and even after so many years of practice, she still found it very uncomfortable each time she performed it. So, whenever Guan wasn't prompting her, she preferred qi absorption. Chapter 333 Predecessor 3 days passed by quickly. On that clear morning, Guan took an Exian to Mortal World Peak early without bringing the Blood Prison Great Saint, which was, to say the least, rather disappointing for him. The reason he didn't bring the Blood Prison Great Saint was because Guan had acquaintances in the Sea Demon domain, and he feared it would be inconvenient. As for an Exian wearing his specially made mask, it was very difficult for anyone to recognize him. An Exian who cultivated the all things form and energy art could also conceal his aura. High-level cultivators did not guess one's identity by appearance. After arriving at Dingtian Peak, Guan read books inside the house, and so did an Exian, though her gaze drifted outside the window from time to time, waiting for the two from Taoist Lord Yongnian to arrive. Close to noon, Taoist Lord Yongnian finally arrived, bringing not only Fu Shinxiu but also a female cultivator. This female cultivator was at the second level of the carefree immortal realm, not as advanced as Fu Shinxiu, but she was older and probably sent by Taoist Lord Yongnian to lead the way. And indeed, all they heard was Taoist Lord Yongnian introduce, "This is my younger martial sister, Tao named Yongxin, known as Fairy Yongxin. She will lead the way to the Sea Demon domain this time, as I need to stay at Mortal World Peak to avoid any mishaps." Fairy Yongxin followed with a salute to Guan, who returned the gesture. "Let's get going then," said Guan directly. If they could resolve the issue today, it would be great. A portion of the medicinal herbs in the Outer World Cave had ripened, waiting for him to harvest. Fairy Yongxin had no objections. The group went to the courtyard, where she summoned a small red mansion. The mansion rapidly expanded, taking Guan, Fu Shinxiu, and an Exian inside before turning into a red light disappearing into the sky. Taoist Lord Yongnian stood in the courtyard, looking in the direction where the mansion disappeared, concern in his eyes. Meanwhile, inside the grand hall of the Red Mansion, Fairy Yongxin invited Guan to sit and talk, while an Exian looked around curiously. "You're free to wander around. There's nothing dangerous here," Fairy Yongxin said to an Exian with a gentle smile. She might not have been stunningly beautiful, but her smile was generous and tender, easily engendering goodwill. An Exian glanced at Guan, and only after seeing him nod did she dare to leave. Fu Shinxiu sat opposite Guan, his expression calm. The Sea Demon domain has already seen the appearance of a carefree primordial immortal. It's said that in these 100,000 years, a great demon has been born there, cultivating for 100,000 years, entering the realm of the carefree primordial immortal, commanding countless demon soldiers, a force not to be underestimated, said Fairy Yongxin. Guan had long ago used his divine sense to probe the Sea Demon domain. Indeed, It was dangerous, and the existence of immortal path entities within was incalculable. But for him, it counted for little. While Fairy Yongxin updated him about the current powers within the sea demon domain, she observed Gu An's expressions. Noticing that Gu An remained composed, she felt somewhat relieved. He must indeed be a divine immortal of wondrous dharma. Throughout the history of Mortal World Peak, divine immortals of wondrous dharma had arisen. After reaching this level, most would head to outer heaven or seek chi fortune in the Holy Court. Few remained on Mortal World Peak. They had extensively discussed Meng Lang's purpose for coming to Mortal World Peak and eventually decided to try to win him over. If this venture went smoothly, Meng Lang would then stand completely together with them at Mortal World Peak. Fairy Yongxin mentioned several names of carefree primordial immortals. In the great heavenly spirit land, those who cultivated to this realm usually had a reputation and had dealt with each other a lot. Fairy Yongxin had only encountered this great cultivator, Meng Lang, appearing out of nowhere. She suspected Meng Lang was a pseudonym but did not point it out. After she finished speaking, Guan looked at the silent Fu Xinxiu and said, "Don't worry. As long as the earth element spirit is still there, it will surely belong to you." Upon hearing this, Fu Xinxiu hastened to thank him. He felt a mix of emotions. He had been sullen ever since Gu An took Qingtian Peak away from him, but hearing Gu An's words, he inexplicably admired Gu An. Those of us in immortal cultivation should indeed have such a spirit. Thinking of Gu and seizing Qingtian Peak with a wave of his hand, Fu Shengxia's eyes flashed with ardent desire. In fact, he anticipated the earth element spirit even more than Qingtian Peak. All immortal path supreme treasures are external. It's said that the strongest among the immortal path will eventually create their own treasures, and he had always believed he could reach the summit of the 9 heavens of immortal path. More than external wealth, he valued the improvement of his own strength. In the subsequent conversation, Fu Xinxiu also started speaking, providing specific information about some carefree primordial immortals. Fairy Yongxin felt somewhat relieved. She was aware of the conflict between the two, and she hadn't expected Gu An to give Fu Xinxiu a way out so readily. It seemed he was not that difficult to get along with after all. When an Xian returned to Gu An's side, she felt the atmosphere was very harmonious, which was not surprising to her. In her eyes, her master always managed to get along well with others and have enjoyable interactions. "Let me help the fairy to speed up a bit," Gu An said with a smile. Immediately after, Fairy Yongxin's face changed, as she sensed Gu An's vast, ocean-like mana. The flight speed of the Red Mansion surged. Fairy Yongxin suppressed the shock in her heart and asked, "Taoist friend, have you been to the sea demon domain?" "No, but I have captured it with divine sense before. The sea demon domain is not simple. You only know the surface, but inside lies a divine immortal of wondrous dharma who will be our greatest obstruction." Gu An replied with a shake of his head, smiling. As he spoke, he picked up the teacup next to him and began to sip tea. Divine immortal of wondrous dharma. Fairy Yongxin couldn't maintain her composure, and her eyebrows involuntarily furrowed. Fu Xinxiu was inwardly shocked. How profound must this person's Tao level be to mention the divine immortal of wondrous dharma so casually? An Xian was filled with curiosity. What realm was the divine immortal of wondrous dharma? A realm above the wandering immortal? Without mentioning the heaven and earth flying immortal, Fairy Yongxin and Fu Xinxiu led her to mistakenly think the divine immortal of wondrous dharma realm lay immediately after the wandering immortal. He fears those above the 5th level of the divine immortal of wondrous dharma realm. Fairy Yongxin thought to herself and gazed at Gu An with a mix of reverence and anticipation. In the following conversation, Fairy Yongxin dared not address Gu An merely as a Taoist friend but referred to him as a senior. Gu An did not shy away from this title, graciously accepting it. This made an Xian proud, and she sat up straighter. Boom! The deafening thunder echoed above the ocean, with torrents of waves rising and crashing down. A black hawk skimmed through the tempest. Leah stood on the back of the hawk, his brows furrowed, murmuring, "I run into such a fierce demon aura just after entering. That old guy wouldn't have tricked me, would he?" On his shoulder, The divine exotic immortal spirit nodded frantically, saying, "I've had a bad feeling about him for a while now. He also calls himself the immortal seeking Taoist, which sounds like a bluff to me." Lia's brows relaxed and he whispered, "Since I'm already here, I can't leave empty-handed. If I don't find the cultivation technique for the treasure body, looking for a demon treasure to enhance chi blood isn't a bad idea either." He drew the treasure sword from his waist, a slender blade that reflected a cold light amidst the downpour. Boom! Suddenly, far out at sea, an explosion erupted, and a terrifying black shadow leapt from the water, immense and imposing as if Mount Tai itself had risen from the ocean floor and swiftly entered the clouds. The hawk beneath Lia immediately slowed down, not daring to approach rashly. Chapter 334. Is this it? A flash of red light zipped across the sea covered by storm clouds, fast as lightning. Guan, an Xian, Fairy Yongxin, and Fu Xinxiu stood on the edge of the terrace, gazing over the spectacular vista of the Sea Demon Thunder domain. Demon energy permeated the area, but it could not obscure the fearsome waves and countless lightning bolts weaving through heaven and sea like monstrous dragons and serpents, fearsomely twisting. Every so often, a giant demon beast as large as mountains would burst from the sea surface and roar unrestrained, reminiscent of the primeval chaos. The earth element spirit appears in a place engulfed by a unique radiance, making it quite easy to locate. However, the earth element spirit may attempt to escape. If it is not captured quickly, it will dive into the sea and vanish without a trace, only reappearing the next time. Fairy Yongxin spoke. Guan nodded slightly. He could feel a strong divine thought pervading this ocean, dissipating within the waters, unable to condense. It seemed that the ancient great cultivator Fairy Yongxin mentioned had at least the cultivation level of a divine soul true immortal. Divine soul true immortals could also perish. Who knew what calamity he had faced? While pondering, Guan's divine thought enveloped the Sea Demon Thunder domain. The domain was immense, larger even than the entirety of the Broken Sea domain, teeming with countless demon creatures from every possible realm, ranging from the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma down to those in the energy cultivation realm. There were many areas within the domain that his divine thought could not penetrate directly. They were guarded by powerful restrictions. Though Guan could forcefully break through with focused divine thought and succeed, it would inevitably destroy the restrictions and cause the internal minor heaven and earth to shatter. Guan's divine thought locked onto that divine immortal of wondrous Dharma. This person was hidden within an island, surrounded by seas infested with demons each as large as the island itself, comparable to heaven and earth flying immortals. He just caught sight of a wandering immortal passing nearby, then watched as the immortal was swallowed whole by a black giant whale, so fast that its primordial spirit couldn't even escape. It was a female cultivator, almost like a fairy. Such a pity, Guan thought to himself while he responded to Fairy Yongxin. His divine thought quickly caught sight of a place glowing with an unusual light, and he directed Fairy Yongxin to fly in that direction. Standing beside Guan, an Xian observed everything around with intense curiosity. Such dense demon energy, all condensed into black mist. If she fell into the Sea Demon Thunder domain alone, she felt it would be better just to end her life rather than try to navigate and survive in such a place. Boom! In the distance, the sea surface exploded as a 10-mile-long giant deep red fish leaped out. Looking closely, its body was entangled by two terrifying tentacles. And Xin's gaze had just reached the scene when she saw the deep red fish being crushed, its flesh and blood scattering, which made her shudder all over. Guan, Fairy Yongxin, and Fu Xinxiu seemed quite accustomed to this. Guan noticed that along the fringes of the Sea Demon Thunder domain stood city forts similar to those in the main city of the Broken Sea domain, indicating that the Holy Court had taken control of this sea area. Not allowing other sects to occupy it implied they made the rules. No wonder there were many cultivators fighting in groups, led by heaven and earth flying immortals, staying far from where the earth element spirit was located. Clearly, they were not here for the earth element spirit. Upon closer inspection, Guan felt an aura similar to Lu Xianya's chi fortune on them. After a while, they reached a sea area enveloped in blue light, stretching 10,000 miles, making even the clouded sky appear transparent. Within the blue light sea, two carefree primordial immortals were engaged in fierce combat. Their divine skills were immensely powerful, yet the force of their battle did not exceed the range of the blue light. Gu An's gaze locked onto a man named Zhao Qijin who was dressed in battle armor, wielding a divine weapon, surrounded by a fire phoenix, casting spells with a majestic and domineering aura. He was holding a blue crystal stone in his other hand. Surely that was the earth element spirit. Gu could feel a wisp of divine thought within the blue crystal stone, similar to the divine thought in the sea. Zhao family's Zhao Qijin, Fu Xinxiu declared coldly as he stared at Zhao Qijin. Fairy Yongxin smiled and said, Zhao Qijin and Xinxiu are fated rivals, clashing at every major cultivation level. An Xian looked toward Fu Xinxiu, curious about who had won but afraid to ask. Fu Xinxiu huffed, I lost the last combat, but next time, I will win. Gu was curious. Was there a family powerful enough to rival mortal world peak? The fact that Fairy Yongxin highlighted Zhao Qizin's family, instead of his sect, was enough to demonstrate the Zhao family's strength. An Xian was eager to ask, why next time, not now? Fairy Yongxin continued to introduce Zhao Qizin's opponent, a supreme elder of a sect. A supreme elder losing to a family genius already reflected the disparity in their strengths. Their presence also put pressure on the two carefree primordial immortals, particularly on Zhao Qijin, who felt Fu Xiangxia's aura. For a moment, the two combatants tacitly slowed the rhythm of their battle, keeping an eye out for the arrival of a third-party force. Fairy Yongxin and Fu Xinxiu also turned to Gu, curious to see how he would make his move. An Xian watched nervously ahead. After arriving in the blue light area, she could truly sense the power of the carefree primordial immortals. It was terrifying. Such overwhelming battle pressure had never appeared even at the Heaven Tier tournament. Gu raised his right hand and made a grabbing gesture at the engaged Zhao Qijin, who vanished into thin air. The carefree primordial immortal he was fighting immediately retreated, his gaze swiftly turning toward the distant building. Fairy Yongxin and Fu Xinxiu did the same, their eyes falling on Gu An's hand, and the two carefree primordial immortals suddenly looked alarmed. Coming to her senses, an Xian instinctively turned her head and stared wide-eyed. The previously dominant Zhao Qijin was now in Gu An's hand, tiny as an insect. Zhao Qijin looked up, shock and dread filling his face, most terrified by his inability to escape, bound by an invisible, intangible force. Gu raised his left hand, extending his forefinger and middle finger. Zhao Qijin felt something slip from his hand, and looking down, saw the earth element spirit gone, now between Gu An's fingers. Gu casually tossed it, and the earth element spirit fell into Fu Xiangxia's hands. Fu Xinxiu stood dumbfounded, and Fairy Yongxin's eyes also widened. It was successful just like that. Gu threw Zhao Qijin from the palm of his right hand. Zhao Qijin regained his freedom, returning to his original size. Stabilizing himself, he looked at Gu, his eyes filled with dread. Gu, expressionless, couldn't be bothered to say anything and instead turned to Fairy Yongxin. Let's go. Fairy Yongxin, coming to her senses, instinctively cast a spell, propelling the building. Gu simply revealed himself and did not earn the hostility of Zhao and his companion, so he spared their lives. Watching the building recede, Zhao Qizin's handsome face flushed with embarrassment. He tried to calm his emotions. Just from the other's display of power, he knew he was no match. If it were him, he probably would not have spared a life. Now all he had was confusion. Since when did mortal world peak have such a powerful figure? His capabilities must certainly be that of a divine immortal of wondrous dharma. Taking a deep breath, he turned to face the carefree primordial immortal he had been fighting, raised a hand in salute, leaving the latter quite stunned. Before the immortal could return the gesture, Zhao had already turned and left. On the building, Fu Xinxiu held the earth element spirit, a complex look on his face. Fairy Yongxin was the first to thank Gu, and Fu Xinxiu hurriedly followed suit. Is that it? An Xian couldn't help asking. That made the expressions of Fairy Yongxin and Fu Xinxiu even more complex. Guwen just smiled. Isn't it good when things go smoothly? An Xian quickly said, Of course it's good. I mean, seeing her struggle to explain, Guwen merely chuckled. Let's head back first. Fairy Yongxin, smiling, felt this smooth operation was absolutely a surprise for her. Even if a carefree primordial immortal were to come to the Sea Demon Thunder domain, they would face life and death risks. As they reached outside the Sea Demon Thunder domain, Guwen suddenly grabbed Nzin's shoulder, causing her heart to skip a beat, and she soon found herself flying out of the building. Guwen, holding her shoulder with one hand and waving the other, sent the building into the distance. Fairy Yongxin and Fu Xinxiu were taken aback. Before they could react, Gu An's voice reached their ears. You two go ahead. The building sped away, the two feeling the rules of heaven and earth retreating along the way, allowing unimpeded passage, an intricate technique beyond their comprehension. It seems he has another purpose, Fairy Yongxin remarked. Fu Xinxiu added, I think it's because his disciple still wants to see more. Fairy Yongxin looked at him in surprise, asking, Is he so capricious? With his cultivation level, how can that be considered capricious? Fu Xinxiu responded, his gaze on the earth element spirit in his hand. His perception of Gu En completely transformed. Meanwhile, Gu En and an Xian soared on clouds, his divine thought covering an Xian, entering a special state where only those who reached the state of Tao Void Mysterious Immortal could see them. Master, you don't have to do this for me. It's so dangerous here. An Xian cautiously spoke, deeply touched. Guwen smiled. Don't overthink it. It's not for you. For whom then? You'll know soon. Hearing Guwen say this, an Xian grew even more curious about what lay ahead. The storm clouds churned quickly along the way, and an Xian felt no discomfort despite their swift pace. Before long, Guwen stopped. Lightning flashed through the clouds ahead, with demon mist swirling below. Suddenly, numerous evil ghosts burst out from the sea of clouds, startling an Xian, who instinctively moved closer to Guwen. Booming sounds continuously came from below, drawing Nzin's attention. Moved by Guwen's intent, they descended below the cloud sea, where an Xian was captivated by the massive battle occurring over the sea. A vast city phantom stood above the sea surface, from which endless divine souls and strange ghosts flew out, attacking the demons around Divine Exotic City. This was a chaotic war. Divine Exotic City? Is Martial Uncle Leia here? An Xian asked excitedly. Leia had participated in the Heaven Tier tournament, displaying Divine Exotic City's power, leaving a deep impression on an Xian. When she thought of the Immortal Path Supreme Treasure, Leia came to mind. That's an incredible Immortal Path Supreme Treasure. Master, is your Qingtian peak this strong? An Xian curiously asked. Guwen snorted. Divine Exotic City is a broken Immortal Path Supreme Treasure. Merely a pseudo-Immortal Path Supreme Treasure. In terms of true power, it cannot compare to Qingtian Peak. Let me show you later. Chapter 335. Master's wife Leia stood atop the tower, long sword in hand, his expression grave. Divine Exotic Immortal Spirit stood on Leia's shoulder, full of vigor, continuously waving its arms. Ever since Leia had learned the truth, it had ceased its act. At first, Leia felt somewhat awkward, but now, his feelings were overtaken by worry. The battle had progressed to a point where Divine Exotic City could barely advance. The demons were too strong and even understood formation techniques, effectively halting the advance of Divine Exotic City, with more demons continually joining the battlefield. If things continued this way, Divine Exotic City might well be breached. What Leia worried about most was attracting even more terrifying demon creatures. He felt a desire to retreat, fearing that the troubles would only grow and force the primordial ancestor to intervene. Leia gritted his teeth, ready to call for a retreat, when suddenly, the Divine Exotic Immortal Spirit on his shoulder started yowling loudly. I am going to unleash my divine might. The Divine Exotic Immortal Spirit raised its right arm, its youthful voice filled with excitement. Liya was stunned. He immediately looked up, scanning the surroundings. The distant thunderclouds were heavily interconnected, with no end in sight. The more he saw, the faster his gaze moved, as if searching for something. Guwen noticed Liya's actions and a smile appeared on his face. He was already aware of Liya's burden because the divine exotic immortal spirit had told him, but he hadn't said anything. Some things had to be overcome by oneself. Like Long Zhan, a powerful figure, who never hesitated and was always decisive. Guwen immediately took Qingtian Peak from his waist. The peak, smaller than a palm, refracted the thunderlight, emitting an ancient aura, unsettling an Xian profoundly. Under Nzin's watch, Guwen raised his hand and tossed Qingtian Peak upward into the sea of clouds. The next second, a vast momentum descended, enveloping the entire ocean. Liya and divine exotic immortal spirit both felt something and looked up simultaneously. The previously excited divine exotic immortal spirit widened its eyes, a stunned expression on its face. Liya was similarly dumbstruck. The rolling sea of clouds dispersed, and a tremendously large mountain suddenly emerged. In comparison, everything else seemed minuscule. It was tens of thousands of feet from the sea surface. Even the trees on the mountain appeared gigantic, resembling divine soldiers exerting a daunting presence. In this moment, divine exotic city seemed like a mere pebble, demonstrating the grandeur of Qingtian Peak. Guwen led an Xian to the summit. An Xian looked up to see a brilliant starry sky and also witnessed 7 dazzling suns, all reflecting in her eyes. As soon as Qingtian Peak appeared, it grabbed the attention of all the demons. The demons, upon seeing Qingtian Peak, were equally scared. What is that? It's a huge mountain. No, an immortal treasure. Damn it. Why is there another supreme treasure appearing? This aura. No good. It's dangerous. Retreat. Hurry. Retreat. Panicked cries came from the demons as they scattered like monkeys when a tree falls, fleeing at tremendous speed. Qingtian Peak remained suspended in the air without touching down. Guwen turned to an Xian and chuckled. It seems we can't show the full might of Qingtian Peak. An Xian wasn't foolish and shook her head. That's because, Master, you are merciful. Otherwise, they wouldn't think of escaping. Guwen just laughed and shook his head. In that moment, he thought of Long Zhan and Xiao Xingtian, and thus decided to adhere to his principles. His target for elimination should at least be beings with whom he had grievances. This would prevent others from speculating other reasons. Moreover, his annual gain in lifespan had already reached 1.5 million years, and he had no reason to needlessly kill innocents and accumulate karma. After all, he could play it safe and slowly become stronger. Guwen's greatest cruelty was against plants and trees, as all beings must eat. Which cultivator doesn't use medicinal herbs for alchemy? What he could do was choose the path that best suited his own growth. That's why, to Nzin's comment about mercy, Guwen only smiled. He didn't consider himself merciful. His choices were also governed by a mindset of seeking benefits and avoiding harm. As the demons dispersed, the divine exotic immortal spirit heaved a sigh of relief. Liya, meanwhile, looked up at the majestic Qingtian Peak, feeling a sense of relief at that moment. So that's how it is. Liya had always felt unworthy of owning divine exotic city. But now, seeing the grandeur of Qingtian Peak, he realized the primordial ancestor possessed even stronger treasures. What was there to worry about? He didn't even know how high the primordial ancestor's Tao level was. Rather than being burdened, he would rather strive to become stronger and repay the primordial ancestor later. No matter how much he tried to think for the primordial ancestor's sake now, he couldn't possibly help the primordial ancestor, who was gambling on his future, not the present. As Qingtian Peak rose higher and rapidly shrank, it gave Liya a sensation of flying beyond the heavens. After Qingtian Peak disappeared, Liya didn't see the figure he hoped to see. He took a deep breath and said, "Let's go." The divine exotic immortal spirit turned its head and asked with surprise, "Where to?" "To a place where we can compete. Clearly, this is not suitable for us. Otherwise, the primordial ancestor wouldn't have used another supreme treasure to save us," Liya said calmly. The divine exotic immortal spirit scratched its head, found the reasoning sound, and nodded in agreement. Divine exotic city transformed into a rainbow of light and streaked back the way they had come. This scene caught in Zin's eye, and she asked with surprise, "Why are they leaving?" Guwen didn't expect his intervention to actually persuade Liya to leave, which left him with mixed feelings. "Let them go. We'll make another round for an ancient hour before heading back," Guwen said. An Exian had no objections and began to inquire about Divine Exotic City and Liya. Guwen told her everything he knew. After the voyage through the Thunder Sea Demon Domain, an Exian pursued her cultivation more diligently, becoming more reserved, just like before. Having seen a stronger world, a fighting spirit was ignited within her, and thereafter, she needed no urging from Guwen. Whenever she had time, she would actively practice the stepping path of Aegis Step. The Nine-Fingered Divine Lord and Shinshinzi had also covertly observed her step technique. Unfamiliar and slightly embarrassed to keep spying, after watching 2 or 3 times, they completely lost interest in paying attention to an Exian. But in their hearts, both Guwen and an Exian had become different. Years passed by. 5 years went by in the blink of an eye. This year, Ji Xiaoyu returned. "How come you have another woman's aura on you?" Ji Xiaoyu stood at the table, frowning as she asked. Guwen put down the book in his hands and replied, "I went to see my junior sister 2 days ago." Ji Xiaoyu pressed on. "Why has her aura changed?" Guwen looked at her, surprised. She actually remembered Yilan's aura? She has made a breakthrough in her cultivation recently, so her aura has changed. Guwen casually responded. In fact, that was indeed the case. In his heart, and Zin's status could not surpass Yilan's, so whenever he visited Yilan, he would preach to her, and the elixirs he invested in her were more than those for an Exian. Watching the junior sister's maximum lifespan increase little by little gave Guwen a sense of achievement. He relished the feeling of contending with the heavens. "Is that so?" Ji Xiaoyu asked skeptically. Guwen rolled his eyes at her, saying, "I am upstanding and straightforward. Why would I deceive you? Don't I often meet other women in front of you? Besides, why do you care about these matters? Don't harbor any improper thoughts about me. The karma associated with you is too great. I'm afraid Reincarnation Path Emperor's enemies might capture me to threaten you." Ji Xiaoyu couldn't help but glare at Guwen and crossed his arms and said, "Honestly, other than Yilan, Xinjun, and Lu Lingjun, whom you have seen, there is another woman who likes me. I'm still considering it, mainly because I'm raising 3 adorable female demons, so I don't have much need for romance." Ji Xiaoyu laughed, saying, "It wouldn't be those 3 monkey demons, would it?" More and more great cultivators from the Supreme Sect were appearing, and Tianya Valley could no longer be hidden, but LV Badian and Li Xiandao had reached an agreement, so Tianya Valley remained unscathed. Ji Xiaoyu had learned about the situation inside Tianya Valley through the Ji family. "How could it be?" Guwen retorted with a glare. Ji Xiaoyu pulled out a chair to sit down and began to recount her experiences over the years. Guwen listened intently. After talking for 2 ancient hours, Ji Xiaoyu finally left. After Ji Xiaoyu went downstairs, she saw an Exian speaking with 5 female disciples. Thus, she waited on the spot. Once the 5 female disciples had left, she approached an Exian. At this moment, the sun began to set. An Exian turned around, saw Ji Xiaoyu approaching, and quickly stepped forward to greet her. In her heart, Ji Xiaoyu was one of the potential sect mothers, a very strong contender, capable of living under the sect leader's floor. She had to be treated with respect. "Your talent is commendable. If you need help, just let me know. My Ji family has some resources, and we can assist you," Ji Xiaoyu said, staring at an Exian. Upon hearing this, an Exian hurriedly thanked her, then added, "Thank you for the kind offer from the Ji family, but it's not necessary. After all, I have my master." Ji Xiaoyu interrupted her. "Don't mind his attitude. I'm helping you for his sake. The stronger you are, the better you can protect him." With that, she turned and walked away. Watching her retreating figure, an Exian felt moved. Ji Xiaoyu truly had a domineering aura. An Exian silently compared herself. Despite her rapid progress, she was not yet a match for Ji Xiaoyu. She decided to set Ji Xiaoyu as her target. Surpassing Ji Xiaoyu would enable her to chase after an Hao and Yang Jian. She refused to believe that Ji Xiaoyu's talent could surpass an Hao and Yang Jian. Inside the house, Guwen was reading a book, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. The evening sunlight burst through the window, bathing him in a layer of rosy light, as if he were clad in a robe of twilight. The sun set, and the moon rose. The following morning, Guwen left the Supreme Sect alone, controlling his sword as he flew into the distance. Once he was no longer locked onto by divine sense, his figure vanished instantly. An hour later, Guwen arrived in front of the gate of Juhua Sect, surrounded by undulating mountains. From the cliff, each mountain boasted a sea of flowers, a magnificent sight. When he took out the sect leader level token from the Supreme Sect, the disciples of Juhua Sect halted their hostility and even warmly escorted him inside. Hearing that Guwen was seeking the sect leader, the disciples dared not delay and immediately guided him, as the token Guwen showed was of sect leader level from the Supreme Sect. An hour later, Guwen was situated in a separate courtyard. He sensed that Zhang Qiong was in closed-door cultivation, with disciples guarding outside. Sure enough, not much later, the guiding disciple hurried back, asking him to wait a few days since the sect leader was in seclusion. Guwen wasn't in a hurry. With Zhang Qiong in seclusion, he'd discreetly help her with her path enlightenment and leave. Once she found out Guwen had been looking for her but hadn't waited, she'd definitely feel embarrassed. Just thinking about it, Guwen was a little excited. Chapter 336. Reincarnation to Earth. After the disciples of Juhua Sect left, Guwen sat inside the house and suddenly found himself feeling a bit bored. Do I need a round of reincarnation evolution? If he changed locations for the evolution this time, maybe he would have different luck. His lifespan had already surpassed 500 million years. In a few years, the outer world cave would experience another surge in lifespan. It might be fun to try, mainly because lifespan samsara could enhance Guwen's comprehension of the Tao rules, especially the way of cause and effect. He wasn't doing it for fun but for cultivation. Let's start one round. After convincing himself, Guwen sat down and drank a cup of tea. While pouring another, he initiated lifespan samsara. The tense and thrilling reincarnation evolution began. You have expended 10 million years of your lifespan to initiate reincarnation evolution. Beginning connection with Tao rules. Searching for reincarnation realm. You have the following realm choices. Choose any one of them. 1. Dark Great Heaven and Earth. 2. Divine Origin Great Heaven and Earth. 3. Primordial Great Heaven and Earth. Seeing these three options, Guwen was immediately attracted to the primordial Great Heaven and Earth. His physique was the primordial ultimate body, and he had always suspected that primordial pointed to a certain realm or world. How could he not be curious upon seeing the word primordial? He chose it, after all, he had already experienced the first two Great Heaven and Earth. Guwen immediately made his choice. You have chosen to reincarnate into primordial Great Heaven and Earth. Given that the Tao rules of this realm are too powerful, you temporarily cannot activate the ability to seize lifespan, nor can you activate phase-based functions. Reincarnation evolution begins good. It's yet another world comparable to divine origin Great Heaven and Earth, which means there exist beings here who transcend the 9 heavens of immortal path. Guwen felt even more anticipatory in his heart. In your first year, you were born on planet Earth in Jiang City, Wuxia, and your parents named you Luhan Earth. Guwen's gaze underwent a subtle change. At 6 years old, you started first grade in elementary school. Because you were too naughty and injured a classmate, you were severely punished by your father. At 12, you entered the first year of junior high school, where you displayed extraordinary intelligence and ranked at the top of your class. At 15, you were admitted to Jiang City's top high school. There, through a classmate's introduction, you began reading online novels. Due to excessive indulgence, your academic performance began to decline. At 18, just after the Spring Festival, you turned over a new leaf, put down your phone, and vowed to reclaim your dignity as a top student. However, on the eve of the college entrance examination, the world changed drastically. There were earthquakes, tsunamis, and humanity faced apocalyptic challenges. 7 days of chaos later, nations stabilized their order, but mysterious and enormous black gates appeared in cities. Seeing the black gate from a distance, you hesitated, unsure whether to approach it. Seeing the previous prompts, Guwen thought he would live a lackluster life. Fortunately, the apocalypse arrived. It wasn't that he found an ordinary life unsatisfactory, but he had spent 10 million years of lifespan for a few decades of human life. How could he accept that? Guwen took a deep breath and made his choice. You choose to approach the black gate. As you reached it, the gate suddenly shook, causing all nearby people to flee instinctively. Before you could escape, you were sucked into the gate, and your consciousness plunged into darkness. When you awoke, you found yourself in a wild mountainous area with only a dozen other people, some of whom were already awake. You started exploring and fighting for survival. At 19, after half a year, you finally made your way out of the wilderness and saw the silhouette of a city. Of your original group, only 4 remained. You entered the city and discovered it was an ancient township with everyone dressed in traditional attire. To survive, you began working in the city and ultimately realized you had traveled back in time. At 20, an immortal in the city started accepting disciples. Many people gathered to watch, and you too went and were discovered to have a spirit root. Thus, you followed the immortal to the outer sect of the Tao court for training. Your 3 companions, discovered to have spirit roots as well, joined you, and together you wept, believing a wonderful life was about to start. But upon reaching the outer sect, you learned you would start as servant disciples. At 21, you found out your girlfriend, Chang Chanxian, had attached herself to an outer disciple. After a quarrel, the 2 of you had a falling out, and your 2 companions chose to side with Chang Chanxian, leaving you isolated and alone. At 24, hearing of Chang Chanxian's horrible death, you inquired from a former companion and learned she had died during an outer disciple mission, pushed into the jaws of a demon beast by an outer disciple named Zhou Xuanquan. It was the very man Chang Chanxian had clung to. You erected a gravestone for her and swore in your heart to become an immortal. At 25, while gathering herbs on a mountain, you fell into a ravine and landed by the riverside, your bones broken. In agony, you waited for death to come. Then you heard a voice saying it could save you, but you would have to serve as its servant thereafter. Do you accept its terms? What's there to hesitate about? Accept. Guwen immediately made his choice. This life seemed rather tough. You chose to accept and soon fell into a coma. When you woke up, you found yourself in a cave. The person who saved you claimed to be the Mad Demon Lord, and from then on, you began to follow him in cultivation. At 27, your cultivation level reached the 5th layer of the Qi cultivation realm. One day, the Mad Demon Lord forced you to ingest an elixir he had concocted, and your cultivation surged to the 7th layer of the Qi cultivation realm. At 28, the Mad Demon Lord found you again for a drug test. Your body ulcerated and bled uncontrollably, and you fell into a coma. When you awoke, you found your face scarred and your right leg incapacitated. At 29, with the Mad Demon Lord's assistance, you successfully achieved foundation establishment, but the scars on your face remained unchanged. The Mad Demon Lord sent you back to the outer sect, but you couldn't bear the mockery and ridicule you faced and ultimately returned to serve the Mad Demon Lord. At 30, the Mad Demon Lord's tests for you concluded, and he imparted to you the demon skill, Swallowing Heaven technique. At 40, you mastered the Swallowing Heaven technique and also learned a set of hand techniques. At 42, the Mad Demon Lord left, leaving you to cultivate alone. At 44, enemies of the Mad Demon Lord came seeking the elixir of immortality he had created. You narrowly escaped death and fell into a river, fleeing downstream. At 45, wearing a mask, you saved a distressed young lady whose house servants had all been slaughtered by demons. Only she remained. Out of gratitude, she wanted to marry you and asked to see your true face. Do you remove the mask? Take it off. Women disrupt my cultivation. Better to scare her off quickly. Guwen was impatient to see Lu Han's life take a turn for the better. You removed the mask, expecting to frighten Yuan Linger away, but to your surprise, after a brief moment of shock, she resolutely embraced you, and you lifted your arms to embrace her in return. At 46, you followed Yuan Linger back to the Yuan family estate. Her father hesitated about the marriage due to your appearance, but under Yuan Linger's insistence, you were eventually married. At 47, Yuan Linger bore you a son named Lu Qiuxian. Because your son did not take the surname of the Yuan family, her father grew even more displeased with you. At 56, demons invaded the city, slaughtering the inhabitants. You barely managed to keep your wife and child safe but couldn't save others, forcing your family of 3 to begin a nomadic life. At 58, you returned to the outer sect with Yuan Linger and your 11-year-old son Lu Qiuxian. Your son was discovered to have the rare heavenly spirit root and was taken as a disciple by a Mahayana realm elder. Your family stayed up all night, unable to sleep. Upon reaching this point, Guwen's face broke into a smile. He was on the verge of feeling despondent. He hadn't even had the chance to make choices and felt like Lu Han could die at any moment. Too bitter. Chapter 337, River of Destiny. At the age of 59, your son Lu Qiuxian succeeded in foundation establishment, making a name for himself in the outer sect of the Tao court. Consequently, you received widespread pursuit and admiration. Even the 2 companions who had traveled through time with you came to congratulate you, making you reflect on how life and fate are elusive. At 60, you successfully reached core formation. At 63, your son Lu Qiuxian awakened the supreme treasure body, shocking the Tao court. He was exceptionally accepted into the Tao court, and from then on, you and your son parted ways. Supreme treasure body? Isn't that the treasure body once possessed by the divine exotic ghost king, Impermanence Tian? Guwen was even more hopeful for this cycle of reincarnation evolution. This lifetime will he rise against the heavens through his son. What followed in the cycle of reincarnation was all about cultivation, waiting until 100 years later. At 172, you successfully broke through to the nascent soul realm. You had just shared the news with your wife, Yuan Linger, when suddenly you received the terrible news that your son Lu Qiuxian had fallen, his essence blood consumed by another. Upon hearing this, your wife Yuan Linger fainted on the spot. At 173, you finally uncovered the truth behind Lu Qiuxian's death. He died at the hands of the crown prince of the strongest divine dynasty of the era, who was also a direct disciple of the Tao court and had already stepped into the immortal path realm. The gap between your statuses was vast. Lu Qiuxian's master sighed and hoped you could let go of this matter. At 174, your wife Yuan Linger died of sorrow. After burying her, you left the outer sect of the Tao court. At 176, you couldn't abide the injustice you witnessed, saving a group of mortals. Before you left, an old man stopped you, declaring that your chief fortune was extraordinary and that there was a turn of fate in store for you. He offered to cast a divination for you to help you find this turning point. Do you accept his divination for you? Yes. Let alone Lu Han, even just observing made Guwen feel desperate. With such poor aptitude and cultivation techniques, when would Lu Han ever seek revenge? You accepted the old man's divination. During the process, his chi blood ran amok, and he spat out reverse-flowing blood. Before collapsing, he told you that your turn of fate lay within Burial Immortal Ridge. After you confirmed that the old man was unharmed, you headed for Burial Immortal Ridge. At 185, you finally reached Burial Immortal Ridge. You learned it was a death zone for mortals. Even creatures of the immortal path struggled to survive there. Yet you resolutely entered Burial Immortal Ridge. What followed were various perilous encounters. Guwen was on edge, fearing that Lu Han might suddenly die young. At 192, you stumbled upon an abandoned cave and unexpectedly discovered a stele inscribed with bizarre and complex characters. As you wandered about, you accidentally triggered a mechanism. In a panic, your blood splashed onto the stele as you collided with it, and soon after, a mysterious force drew you inside the stele. You arrived within the miniature world of the Chengquan Saint Emperor and met the remnant soul of the Chengquan Saint Emperor. After some negotiation, you ultimately became a disciple of the Chengquan Saint Emperor. At 200, under the guidance of the Chengquan Saint Emperor, you cultivated the supreme treasure body. Your physical body was reborn, and you regained the appearance of a 20-year-old with no scars on your face. Only your hair turned white, At 210, you broke through the divinity transformation realm. Things are looking up. Chengquan Saint Emperor? Just by the sound of it, he must be powerful. Guwen was also excited, for he would feel Lu Han's experiences as the memories of the cycle of reincarnation flowed into his mind. Naturally, he hoped the memories would not be so filled with hardship. What came next were constant breakthroughs, practicing spells and divine skills. At 250, you broke through the void-crossing realm. At 317, you broke through the unification realm. At 430, you broke through the mystic heart realm. At 431, the Chengquan Saint Emperor called you forth, saying his remnant soul had little time left. He wanted to help his supreme treasure body step into the supreme Tao body before his soul dissipated, but it required enduring unimaginable pain. Do you accept? Accept. Guwen made his choice without hesitation. You accepted the help of the Chengquan Saint Emperor. After several months of tempering, you successfully cultivated the supreme Tao body, causing a phenomenon that alarmed the Tao rules of great heaven and earth. You gained the divine aspect of the supreme immortal. At 440, you left the miniature world of the Chengquan Saint Emperor and returned to the mortal world. Upon reaching Burial Immortal Ridge, you were attacked by a Mahayana realm cultivator with an ancient treasure body. You slew the assailant, breaching the realm gap, and inadvertently consumed their essence blood, further strengthening your physique. Over the next 50 years, Lu Han left Burial Immortal Ridge, seeking out cultivators with ancient treasure bodies. Some were successful hunts, some were not, but in any case, he always managed to escape. Guwen saw traces of impermanence Tian in him. Perhaps this was the destiny of the supreme treasure body. Until the age of 600, Lu Han, under attack from several Nirvana realm great cultivators, forcefully underwent tribulation crossing. He used the heavenly tribulation to obliterate his foes and stepped into the immortal path realm. After that, Lu Han entered the path of the unbeatable. At 720, he found the divine dynasty's crown prince, executed him, and consumed his essence blood. His cultivation level skyrocketed. Concurrently, the emperor of the divine dynasty, enraged, issued a kill order against him. Lu Han fled while killing his enemies. Guwen had few chances to choose, mostly deciding whether to save or kill. After numerous prompts, Lu Han finally reached the age of 10,000. His cultivation level reached the wandering immortal realm, making him the #1 prodigy of the era. However, he was attacked by the carefree primordial immortal and was in critical condition. Fortunately, a great power from the Tao court intervened, and he returned to the Tao court. The two companions who had accompanied him through time had long since turned to dust. Revisiting the old places, he entered a state of path enlightenment, perceiving the power of time. The master of the Tao court wished to take Lu Han as his disciple. Lu Han hesitated, and Guwen helped him choose to accept. From then on, Lu Han became the top disciple of the Tao court, sweeping through his peers and standing out amongst his fellow heaven's prodigies. Guwen helped him reject numerous proposals from daughters of heaven. Outside the Tao court, Lu Han vanquished demons and evildoers, rescued those in pain and suffering, and established a holy name. At the age of 20,000, Lu Han stepped into the heaven and earth flying immortal realm, becoming the youngest heaven and earth flying immortal in the history of the Tao court. At 50,000, Lu Han once again broke the records of the Tao court by becoming the youngest carefree primordial immortal. At 60,000, Lu Han ventured alone into the divine dynasty, executed the emperor of the divine dynasty in front of all the powerhouses, and in the emperor's treasure Botus Bone Palace, he found the remains of his son, Lu Qiuxian. Guwen was immersed in Lu Han's legendary life, with Lu Han living more and more splendidly. Compared to the domineering ways of Long Zhan, he was reckless and unfettered, yet he didn't lose his sense of righteousness. At 100,000, Lu Han consumed the essence blood of thousands of treasure bodies and cultivated the awe-inspiring supreme saint body. At 200,000, Lu Han swept across the great heaven and earth, becoming a living myth. At 250,000, Lu Han encountered the Taoist tide in the cosmos. Amidst the waves of the Tao, He perceived the true meaning of Tao and shaped the primordial karmic body. At 300,000, Lu Han reached the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm, traversed the cosmos, and returned to Earth, only to find it already desolate. He cut ties with his past, and his Taoist heart underwent transformation. At 430,000, you broke through your own shackles and reached the Tao void mysterious immortal realm, astonishing the universe. You retrieved your life grid. Do you unlock the life-stealing ability? Considering Long Zhan's precedent, Gu hesitated for a moment and chose not to. Don't unlock. It seems Lu Han doesn't need the life-stealing ability. Since he didn't unlock the life-stealing ability, Lu Han didn't undergo a drastic change in personality. He was domineering against his enemies, but he also aided the suffering worlds, continually spreading his holy name throughout various lands. At 500,000, Lu Han met the Saint Ancestor of the 9th level of Immortal Path, who appreciated him. The Saint Ancestor imparted a Taoist title to him, naming him the Primordial Divine Emperor. Until Lu Han reached the 9th level of the Immortal Path, Gu faced another choice. At 830,000, you stepped into the 9th level of the Immortal Path. After the breakthrough, you immersed yourself in path enlightenment. You unexpectedly sensed the existence of the River of Destiny. You hesitated. Do you choose to step into the River of Destiny? Gu also hesitated. The River of Destiny sounds extraordinary, and stepping into it could allow for the understanding of the Tao of Destiny. To Gu, Lu Han's divine skills and cultivation techniques weren't very important. Comprehending the Tao rules mattered more. But the unknown represented danger. Even Long Zhan, surpassing the 9 heavens of Immortal Path, had not encountered the River of Destiny. After much hesitation, Gu chose yes. You chose to step into the River of Destiny. After entering the river, you entered a state of path enlightenment. You comprehended the Tao of Destiny. With your own creation, you revived your son Lu Qiuxian, aiding him in cultivating the primordial karmic body. You wished to revive your wife, but Yuan Linger, with her low Tao level, had already reincarnated. You were attacked by the Black Profound Emperor. In the face of danger, you sent your son Lu Qiuxian to the end of the River of Destiny. You died by the hands of the Black Profound Emperor. Reincarnation ends. Damn it, it's the Black Profound Emperor again. Angered, Gu took a step and arrived at an island overseas, then opened the lifespan barrier. He sat cross-legged on the ground, vast memories subsequently flooding his mind. Textual description and real feelings are two entirely different matters. After closing his eyes, it didn't take long for Gu to frown. A moment later, Gu's frown relaxed, and a smile spread across his face as he experienced the beautiful process of a family depending on one another. Time passed rapidly. An ancient hour later, Gu returned to the Juhua sect, sitting at a table with cold tea. He placed a hand on the table and closed his eyes again, carefully feeling Lu Han's life experience. Facing the Black Profound Emperor was like making the wrong bet, but stepping into the River of Destiny was not. He gained a profound understanding of the Tao of Destiny, and he also shared the feelings of Lu Han when he sent his son away. Lu Han lived for more than 800,000 years and experienced everything. Before his death, he was able to revive his son, dying without regrets. In the final battle, Lu Han still demonstrated his strength, leaving an indelible wound on the Black Profound Emperor, with the injury mark landing above the Emperor's left brow. Between the memories of two lives, Gu couldn't determine whether the Black Profound Emperor faced by Long Zhan was stronger or the one faced by Lu Han was. Both were far inferior to the Black Profound Emperor in strength. Lu Han managed to injure the Black Profound Emperor primarily because of his special divine skills. But right after injuring the Emperor, he was instantly killed. For now, Gu set aside his anger towards the Black Profound Emperor, immersing himself in the understanding of the Tao of Destiny. As day turned to night and the moon rose, he sat there, unmoving. 3 days later, a figure pushed open the door, bringing a wave of fragrance that altered Gu's gaze. "Why are you here?" Jiang Qiong asked with joy, swiftly taking a seat at the table. As she looked at Gu, The happiness on her face couldn't be concealed. Guwen looked at her, his eyes regaining their clarity. Yet that one glance made her heart involuntarily tremble. Somehow, Jiang Qiong felt he was in low spirits, and her smile vanished accordingly. Chapter 338. Destruction Dao Seal. What's wrong with you? Jiang Qiong asked with a furrowed brow, her expression growing colder as she continued. Is someone giving you a hard time? Hearing this, Guwen revealed a smile and said, It's nothing. I was just thinking about the story of a book. Really? Asked Jiang Qiong, looking doubtful. Truly, Guwen laughed. Actually, I was thinking of leaving before you finished your seclusion. That way you might feel guilty for missing me. But you came so quickly it caught me a little off guard. After all, he was a divine thought true immortal. Even though Lu Han's memories were heavy and vast, he could quickly detach from them. To him, Lu Han was just a past life. Lu Han was him, but he was Guwen. With Guwen's words, the worry in Jiang Qiong's heart dissipated. She rolled her eyes at him and said in an irritated tone, You sure have quite the imagination. I wouldn't feel the slightest bit guilty. Is that so? It seems I've overestimated our relationship. Humph. But I'm still quite happy that you came looking for me. It's rare to see you leave the Supreme Sect. It's just that I suddenly thought of you. Every time, it's you who comes to find me. It's about time I came to you, especially since the Supreme Sect and the Juhua Sect have established a good relationship. The two chatted away. As Guwen spoke, he observed Jiang Qiong's fate, peering into her destiny. Without undergoing nirvana, all mortals are just spirits. Guwen could see the end of Jiang Qiong's life with one glance. Jiang Qiong's fate was remarkably intricate with innumerable variations, essentially a multitude of possible trajectories. Within her destiny, Guwen could not see himself, but he knew the reason there were so many branches in Jiang Qiong's future was because of him. His choices could change her destiny. However, all branches of destiny flowed toward the same conclusion, death. Some led to peaceful passing, others to death in battle, and some to deviation during cultivation, resembling a tree of fate spreading its branches. Fate seemed so cruel. Having fused with Lu Han's life experiences, Guwen had a deeper insight into the workings of fate, understanding the mysterious forces that could, at any moment, disperse predestined paths. Guwen conjectured that these were perhaps the slivers of opportunity left by the 3,000 Great Tao, the slim chance for sentient beings to transcend mortal limits. As long as Jiang Qiong could achieve nirvana, her destiny would be toppled and reshaped. Guwen thought of his own fate. What was it like? Being part of it, he could not peer into his own destiny. Fate was the confluence of all causality in life. Although those who could peer into fate could not see their own destinies, they could deduce the causality related to themselves and make predictions. If Guwen could observe Jiang Qiong's fate, then surely more powerful beings could perceive the destiny of a divine thought true immortal. Fate was not set in stone. The masses lacked the power to change their choices, merely swept along by the grandeur of the mortal world. Beings above the 9 heavens of the immortal path could certainly see the great currents enveloping the divine thought true immortal. How, then, could one transcend fate? During his conversation with Jiang Qiong, Guwen continued to ponder this question. 2 ancient hours later, Guwen stood up to take his leave. Can't you stay a couple more days? Jiang Qiong asked, trying to persuade him to stay. I've been out for 4 days already. It's time to go back. There are several medicine valleys waiting for my management, Guwen replied. Jiang Qiong glared at him. What's the point of having so many disciples? By that reasoning, as the leader of a sect, shouldn't I be even busier? We're different, Guwen said, shaking his head. Besides, now that I've come once, it will definitely be more convenient in the future. We are both cultivators. There will be plenty of opportunities to meet. Jiang Qiong huffed, unable to persuade him, and could only send him off. She escorted Guwen all the way to the gate of the Juhua sect. After he flew away, she remained standing there, gazing in the direction he departed. The Juhua sect disciples guarding the gate curiously wondered about the relationship between that man and their sect leader, who had personally seen him off. On the way back, Guan was targeted by some people, which Jiang Qiong secretly took care of from the shadows. Because of Jiang Qiong's follow-up, Guan's speed back to the valley slowed down. Once Jiang Qiong was no longer following him, he was still 10,000 miles away from the Supreme Sect when he stepped into it. Next, he planned to spend time comprehending the way of fate. As time trickled by, 20 years passed in the blink of an eye. For Guan, those 20 years flew by quickly. Aside from gathering medicinal herbs, he spent most of his time confined in his room. Many new disciples completed their foundation establishment without ever having the chance to interact with him. An Xian became the leading disciple of the Third Medicine Valley, with the power to distribute foundation establishment pills. She had 20 deacons under her command, and the Medicine Valley was managed in an orderly fashion. This year, at the beginning of summer, Guan stepped out of his door and strolled downstairs. He looked up at the azure sky and felt an immense sense of freedom and joy, a contented smile spreading across his face. His meditation on the way of fate could be put on hold for now. He planned to relax for a few years. In these 20 years, he had mastered Lu Han's strongest divine skill, named the Destruction Dao Seal. The Destruction Dao Seal was gained from Lu Han's comprehension of the River of Fate. This divine skill could strip away an enemy's causality, causing them to be repelled by the rules of heaven and earth and leaving indelible scars. This damage would become an eternal flaw in his opponent. Lu Han had used this divine skill to injure the Black Profound Emperor. If Guan encountered the Black Profound Emperor in the future, he would be able to identify him through the scars left by the Destruction Dao Seal. No matter which divine skills the opponent used, they could not hide the wounds caused by the Destruction Dao Seal. Of course, without knowing the full strength of the Black Profound Emperor, Guan would try to avoid using the abilities of Lu Han, Shao Xingtian, and Chu Lu. Being slain thrice by the Black Profound Emperor was no coincidence. Surely the Emperor was seeking him. As Guan pondered the Black Profound Emperor, Ji Xiaoyu approached him, examining him closely. "You seem to have changed somehow, but I can't quite put my finger on it." Guan glanced at her and said with a soft laugh, "Perhaps I've become more handsome." Ji Xiaoyu appeared thoughtful. Guan could sense the aura of fate on her. Her cultivation technique had clearly delved into the way of fate. Perhaps it was for this reason that she was able to sense the change in Gu. Unfortunately, the disparity in their cultivations was so great that Ji Xiaoyu could never discern Guan's true cultivation level. After chatting for a while, Guan found an Xian and left the Supreme Sect with her. After confirming no one was tailing them, he took an Xian towards Mortal World Peak. An Xian closed her eyes, and when she opened them next, they had arrived at Mortal World Peak. So fast. An Xian now felt what Yang Jian had once experienced. The higher her cultivation, the more she marveled at her master's strength. "Master, what divine skill is that? It's so fast." An Xian couldn't help but ask. As Guan led her across the clouds, looking ahead, he replied, "You guessed right. It's the stepping path of Age's step that you've been practicing." And Zin's eyes widened in surprise. No wonder that step technique was so difficult to master. When perfected, could it traverse the mortal world? An Xian developed an unprecedented expectation for the stepping path of Age's step. Soon, the master and disciple arrived at Dingtian Peak. Guan first went to gather medicinal herbs, greeting disciples along the way. News of his return spread rapidly across Dingtian Peak. With Guan's joining, Mortal World Peak grew more tolerant towards Dingtian Peak. The direct disciples managed to secure greater benefits for Dingtian Peak, benefiting the entire peak. All the disciples privately mythologized Guan, knowing their peak master's exceptional strength. Strolling along, Guan nonchalantly picked herbs, appearing to deliberately enter the lives of his disciples. Everyone he spoke to along the way was more excited. Occasionally, Guan would even help the disciples gather medicinal herbs, picking but not taking, leaving those disciples feeling honored and shocked. Gradually, Guan heard some news. The Immortal Dynasty was about to emerge. On Mortal World Peak, one could learn about various major events in the Great Heavenly Spirit Land. Guan also heard about the long-standing feud between the Immortal Dynasty and the Holy Court. The two forces had been warring for many years until Shangtian ascended the throne, and the mortal world basked in peace at last. Shangtian was certainly the strongest in the great heavenly spirit land, but no one knew how powerful he truly was. The emergence of the immortal dynasty would inevitably provoke oppression from the Holy Court. Once friction sparked between the two, the tranquil days in mortal world would end. Despite experiencing several calamities, the Broken Sea domain's influence was too small to affect the whole world. Broadly speaking, the great heavenly spirit land had maintained peace for hundreds of thousands of years. And Xian was also very interested in these events. It was her first time hearing about the immortal dynasty, and she didn't realize that the mortal world harbored a force capable of contending with the Holy Court. After a while, Guwen took an Xian to a courtyard on the mountain's peak. An Xian began cultivating, and Guwen wrote in the yard to relax. His main purpose for coming today was to take a breather. A moment later, he suddenly felt something and looked up. His gaze pierced through the sky and shot out into the depths of the universe. He sensed a strange aura coming from the silent destruction domain. This sensation was distinctly uncomfortable. Before long, he saw a redwood coffin flying out from the darkness. It was a deep red coffin that seemed to have blood plasma sticking to it, surrounded by wisps of black vapor visible to the naked eye. There was something inside the coffin. Could it be another entity targeting the heavenly demon fetus? Guwen thought to himself with no intention of intervening. The presence and absence of concealment of the deep red coffin must have alerted the Holy Court. Indeed, Guwen saw many figures flying out from the Holy Land where the Holy Court was based, the weakest among them being carefree primordial immortals. What a powerful foundation! Guwen was again shocked by the strength of the Holy Court. This was just the first response team they'd sent out, and it was hard to imagine the terrifying power the Holy Court could unleash if they went all out. However, Guwen saw a divine immortal of wondrous dharma confront the deep red coffin, resisting with his immense mana. He displayed an expression of agony as his flesh rapidly dissolved into blood, spilling onto the coffin and quickly congealing. His immortal soul of wondrous dharma, however, managed to escape by a hair's breadth. Such frightening power. Guwen couldn't see how the deep red coffin had devoured the divine immortal of wondrous dharma. It was a force he had never seen before. One could surmise that the entity within the deep red coffin was not a heavenly demon, or at least not one he had encountered before. The deep red coffin approached the great heavenly spirit land swiftly and irresistibly. It seemed as though the cultivators flying out from the Holy Court had received orders. They all stopped and even made way. What did this mean? Guwen frowned slightly. Could it be that the deep red coffin was related to the Holy Court? While pondering, Guwen lowered his head and continued to write. Let the tall ones handle it when the sky falls, as the saying goes. Since the Holy Court was also part of the great heavenly spirit land, he was curious to see what would happen next. Chapter 339. The Dark Emperor from the battle court. As evening approached, Guwen stood up and stretched languidly, his gaze turning towards outer heaven. The dark red coffin had already reached outer heaven and was about to crash into great heavenly spirit land. An Xian walked over and asked, "Are we going back?" Guwen nodded slightly, and an Xian immediately went to pack their things. She had bought some trinkets on Dingtian Peak, planning to bring them back to Third Medicine Valley. As long as it didn't reveal her relationship with Guwen on Mortal World Peak, he would not stop her. An Xian was quick with her tasks, and after she was done, she hurried back to where Guwen was standing. Seeing her master looking up, she instinctively looked up as well. She saw a shooting star streak across the night sky, falling toward the distant land. "What is that?" an Xian muttered. Guwen didn't answer her. He watched the meteor disappear into the distance and then, with a wave of his sleeve, disappeared into the air with her. After returning to Third Medicine Valley, the master and disciple each returned to their own rooms. Guwen sat in his chair, seemingly admiring the night scene outside the window, but in reality, his divine thought was directed towards the dark red coffin far away. The coffin landed on a continent 10 times larger than the Taizong continent, bringing an apocalyptic disaster to all the living beings there. In an extremely short amount of time, that continent turned into a sea of fire, 90% of the life wiped out, with the rest fleeing into the ocean. The impact force from the dark red coffin hitting the ground was still expanding, affecting even more oceans and land. It was far from the Taizong continent, but even farther from Mortal World Peak, eliminating the possibility that it was targeting the demon fetus. After landing, the dark red coffin stuck at the bottom of a giant pit, motionless, with no sign of the lid opening. Night passed and day rose. Before descending the stairs, Guwen saw that the dark red coffin still hadn't opened, so he stopped thinking about it and went downstairs to follow his disciples in their morning exercise. The morning exercise was a tradition of Third Medicine Valley, and occasionally great cultivators who came to play chess would join in. The discipline during the exercise wasn't strict. Disciples could interact with each other, creating a harmonious atmosphere. After the morning exercise, Yu Yingying approached Shen Xinzi hesitantly. Shen Xinzi was sitting under a tree, with a copy of Journey to the West in his hands. "Have you been feeling inexplicably anxious since last night? Feeling very unsettled?" Shen Xinzi asked calmly without looking up at her. Yu Yingying nodded hastily and said, "I've never felt like this before. If I have to become that, you can kill me in advance." Shen Xinzi looked up at her in surprise. Yu Yingying thought he was questioning her and explained in a low voice, "The heavenly demon should not be so easy to perish. My suicide definitely wouldn't work. You are an enlightened monk. You know how to eliminate demons. I don't want to hurt others." Shen Xinzi looked deeply at her and said, "Don't worry. In this lifetime, it is very hard for you to turn into a heavenly demon. The reason you're feeling this is probably because the natural enemy of the heavenly demons has arrived." He had also sensed the commotion from the night before. His cultivation realm was high, and his unease far surpassed Yu Yingying's, which was why he picked up Journey to the West, to try and distract himself. "Really? What is the natural enemy of the heavenly demons? What should I do?" Yu Yingying asked eagerly. Shen Xinzi lowered his head and said, "Do nothing, continue with your cultivation practice, and get used to it." Yu Yingying was stunned and could only walk away full of thoughts. On the other hand, Guwen, who was patrolling Medicine Valley on Blood Prison Great Saint, heard the conversation between Yu Yingying and Shen Xinzi. The natural enemy of heavenly demons? Guwen took off Qingtian Peak from his waist, then lifted it up and sent his divine thought into it. Immediately after, he arrived inside an old temple. He was about to speak when a man in black appeared and asked, "Have you made up your mind?" Guwen shook his head, changing the subject to ask, "Do your heavenly demons have a natural enemy?" The man in black frowned upon hearing this and asked warily, "What do you mean? Since when do heavenly demons have a natural enemy?" Guwen then waved his sleeve, and an illusion appeared between them. The man in black's expression dramatically changed when he saw the dark red coffin. Seeing his reaction, Guwen was not in a hurry. He waited for him to speak. The man in black's hands clenched into fists inside his sleeves. Taking a deep breath, he said through gritted teeth, "He is coming for the great emperor, but his arrival will also bring disaster to great heaven and earth. The fact that he can enter indicates that Holy Court also plans to use him to eradicate the heavenly demons within the great heavenly spirit land." "Who is he?" Guwen asked. "His name is the Dark War Emperor. No one knows his origins. He once wreaked havoc in the Silent Destruction domain. I only know he comes from the ancient Battle Court," the man in black answered. "Battle Court? The forces established by Long Zhan?" Guwen kept his composure and further inquired, "What is the origin of the Battle Court?" The man in black looked at him before saying, "The Battle Court is a legend of the Silent Destruction domain. Legend has it that there once was a force that ruled the Great Thousand World, standing at the peak of the immortal path. Whether it was destroyed or left is unknown. That's all I know." "What is the Tao level of the Dark War Emperor?" "I don't know, but definitely very high," the man in black responded, shaking his head at the thought of the Dark War Emperor, making his scalp tingle. All of a sudden, Guwen said, "It seems now that I don't need to leave. I'll just wait for the Dark War Emperor to eliminate the heavenly demons, and the Holy Court will naturally ask him to leave, right?" Upon hearing this, the man in black became panicked and said, The Dark War Emperor is unpredictable, extremely violent, and will surely bring calamity to mortal world peak. If he devours the great Emperor's demon fetus, he might even start a war with the Holy Court. You won't be able to avoid trouble either. Hearing this, Guwen wasn't alarmed, just stared at him steadily. The man in black gritted his teeth, suddenly knelt down and said solemnly, "Please, Elder, help the great Emperor. As long as you can help with the birthing of the great Emperor, our tribe will owe you a favor. Afterward, I will convey this matter back to my tribe, and you will gain our friendship. In the future, walking in the silent destruction domain will also mean having an ally." "You're joking. What if he decides to attack me?" Guwen said coldly. The man in black looked up and explained, "Don't worry, he has forgotten his past life memories. He is undergoing his own reincarnation stage, which is when he is the weakest. Once he is born, he will be a new being. You can even take him as a disciple, and when he achieves the Tao in the future, he will definitely not forget your kindness." After listening, Guwen fell into hesitation. "If you don't do this, once the Dark War Emperor emerges, he will surely come after you. The moment the great Emperor is born, he will undergo reincarnation baptism, hiding the causality of the heavenly demon, making it impossible for the Dark War Emperor to find him," the man in black urged urgently, as if the Dark War Emperor might come to kill at any second. Guwen hesitated for a moment, then asked, "How can I assist him?" The man in black was elated and immediately imparted a miracle technique. Guwen listened intently, memorizing it in one go. The man in black urged, "Act quickly. If the Dark War Emperor finds him, he can obstruct the great Emperor's path to achieving the Tao. We must not let him succeed." Chapter 340. Projecting into the past, the birth of Long Qinggu, and placed Qingtian Peak down and hung it back on his belt. He didn't fully believe what the man in black had said, but he could judge that the miracle technique the man had imparted to him was free of hidden dangers. Taking advantage of the blood prison great saint carrying him on a patrol around Medicine Valley, he began to weigh the pros and cons. Upon careful consideration, he felt it was worth a try. The Dark Battle Emperor had just arrived and slaughtered the beings of one area. His cruelty and ferocity had to be guarded against. Even if he was related to the Holy Land, he couldn't be trusted. He would first see how the demon fetus would react once born. If worse came to worst, he would simply destroy it, even if it meant offending the heavenly demon. Guwen made his decision. He did not set out right away. The Dark Battle Emperor had not yet emerged from his coffin, and Guwen could sense that the presence within the coffin was growing stronger. He estimated that it wouldn't emerge for a little while. An hour later, Guwen arrived at a cave at the foot of Dingtian Peak, undetected by gods or ghosts alike. He stood in front of the stone pillar, extending his divine thought into it, and saw that the demon fetus was still curled up, unchanged since decades ago. Guwen immediately activated the lifespan barrier, enveloping the entire cave, and then applied the miracle technique taught by the man in black to the demon fetus. More and more black chi began to emerge from the surface of the stone pillar, and the heartbeat of the demon fetus within grew strong and powerful. Time passed second by second. The birth of the demon fetus would not absorb nature's spiritual energy, which meant that the consumption of the lifespan barrier wasn't rapid, providing Guwen with a bit of relief. Half an hour later, Guwen moved the demon fetus out. It had shrunk to the size of an ordinary baby, still surrounded by demonic chi, but its form could not be completely concealed. Guwen performed a lifespan detection on it. Long Qing, Energy Cultivation Realm, 9 layers 0/1000/9999. Huh? Why does it have the surname Long? With the Dark Battle Emperor, who inherited the Battle Court's lineage, having just appeared, and now one with the surname Long, Guwen couldn't help but wonder. He stared intently at the still unconscious Long Qing, probing the cause and effect within him. The cause and effect of Long Qing were complex, but Guwen had inherited all memories of Long Zhan, who had also delved into the way of cause and effect. After a long while, Guwen felt that Long Qing's soul had a deep connection with the soul of Long Xian, the son of Long Zhan, which meant it was very likely that Long Qing was a descendant of Long Xian. Long Zhan was born into the Long family, but the name Battle Court was chosen by Long Zhan himself. The ancestors of the Long family had not established the Battle Court. This confirmed that Long Qing was definitely a descendant of Long Zhan, who lived in the past, not the future. Reincarnation evolution could indeed project into the past. Was this predestined to happen, or did his decision change the past? Before his reincarnation evolution, the demon fetus was already hidden within Dingtian Peak. But it was only after his reincarnation evolution ended that he discovered the demon fetus. Unclear if its identity had changed. Guwen considered this a problem worth contemplating. Long Qing continued to absorb the innate demonic qi, rapidly reaching the Foundation establishment realm. This kid couldn't possibly have been born with a cultivation level of the immortal path like the immortal spirits of the immortal dynasty, could he? Guwen guessed to himself, and in the time that followed, Long Qing's cultivation level quickly intensified, relying solely on the surrounding innate demonic qi and not consuming any spiritual energy. Time sped away. 3 ancient hours later, Long Qing's cultivation level surpassed the Mahayana realm, reaching the first layer of Nirvana realm, with his maximum lifespan metamorphosing to 999,999 years. Guwen felt that if he were to come into the world, he would be sure to attract heavenly tribulation, and that would be troublesome. Once Long Qing's increase in cultivation ceased, Guwen used the divine skills of Path of Returning Primordial Spirit to suppress Long Qing's cultivation, changing his aura to that of an ordinary person. For now, using the Path of Returning Primordial Spirit, he could also suppress the opposing party's cause and effect. Before the seal was lifted, not even the heavenly demon would be able to locate Long Qing. The demonic qi surrounding Long Qing completely dissipated, vanishing in an unfathomable manner. Long Qing slowly opened his eyes. They were big and sparkling, and his small hands remained clenched into fists. Upon seeing Guwen, he broke into a smile, his little mouth opened, and he let out a giggling sound. For some reason, seeing the newly born Long Qing made Guwen suddenly think of Long Xin's appearance when he was born. They were exactly alike. A smile appeared on Guwen's face as he began to play with Long Qing. During this process, Guwen once again experienced the feeling Long Zhan had when he faced his son for the first time. But the descendants of the Battle Court and the Long family arriving in the great heavenly spirit land seemed a little too coincidental. Guwen silently stayed on guard, vowing to never reveal his true cultivation level to anyone around him. Not now nor in the future. He had to keep up the act. In life, one must always keep something in reserve. Guwen performed the stepping path of Aegis Step and stepped outside the Supreme Sect, then lifted the lifespan barrier. He took robes from his storage bag and wrapped the little Long Qing in them. Sunlight poured down, causing little Long Qing to become even more excited, laughing non-stop, his small hands reaching around in a futile attempt to grab at things, for his arms were too short to reach anything. Luckily, the little fellow was not an ordinary baby, or else Guwen would have had to consider feeding him milk. Guwen, cradling him, walked to a nearby tree and sat down, continuing to amuse him. Bringing a child back all of a sudden was bound to attract attention, so Guwen decided to wait until evening to return, so he could fabricate a reason. The woods were filled with the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers, and Guwen listened to little Long Qing's laughter as his thoughts drifted away. Visions from his reincarnation evolution surfaced before his eyes. It was in the great hall of the Battle Court, with Long Zhan standing with his back to Long Xian atop the hall. Long Xian questioned him about why he had become so ruthless, but Long Zhan did not answer. "Father Emperor, I preferred you back when you took me hunting in the mountains. Though you were not invincible, you were more like a father." Long Xian left after uttering those words, and from that point on, father and son never saw each other again, until Long Zhan's downfall. Deep in thought, Guwen couldn't help but be moved. He would take it as a lesson not to obsessively seek power. His current state was just fine, constantly increasing his strength while maintaining good relationships with those around him. Guwen looked up at the sky beyond the woods. From here, the sky seemed truly high. At dawn, The disciples of the Third Medicine Valley had just finished their morning exercises, and an Exian turned her head and saw Guin walking down from the transmission array platform, carrying something in his arms. An Exian immediately approached, and some disciples who were close to Guin followed suit. When they saw that Guin was holding a baby, they exclaimed in surprise, "Master, where did this child come from? Wow, so cute. Can I hold him? A boy or a girl? Master, what's his name? He's smiling at me." Faced with the disciples' inquiries, Guin said that the male infant was one he had found in the forest and that he was unable to find its parents, so he had no choice but to bring him back to raise. The disciples didn't question it because their master indeed had such kindness. An Exian in particular thought of herself, her eyes reddening slightly, her gaze towards Long Qing growing even closer. However, Guin did not let them hold him but carried Long Qing back to his own attic. Arriving in front of the attic, Ji Xiaoyu came out of her room to his side, curiously looking at the child in his arms. "He looks quite a bit like you," Ji Xiaoyu blurted out inexplicably, her eyes full of insinuation. Guin replied, displeased, "You don't think this is a child someone secretly bore for me, do you?" Ji Xiaoyu smiled and did not continue the conversation. Guin couldn't be bothered with her any longer and carried Long Qing upstairs. In the distance, Shun Xinzi calculated Long Qing's fate with his fingers and found that it was consistent with what Guin had said, so he did not take it to heart. Though the disciples were curious about Long Qing, they did not pay too much attention, but they noticed that, in the following days, Guin carried Long Qing wherever he went, prompting them to wonder. Months passed. Autumn arrived. The deep red coffin harboring the Dark Battle Emperor had still not opened, but many cultivators had gathered on the desolate continent, even setting up a large array near the coffin. One day, Yilan brought Zhen Qin to visit Guin. Upon seeing a baby in Guin's arms, the two women were shocked, and Yilan breathed a sigh of relief when she learned that the baby was not Guin's child. "It's rare to see a child with such fate, so I brought him back. I'll accept him as a disciple from now on," Guin said cheerfully. Zhen Qin held Long Qing, finding the little one adorable, and asked, "Master, have you named him?" Guin replied, "Yes, his name is Long Qing. There was a clear stream beside him when I found him, and his eyes are clear like it, hence the name Qing." "And the surname Long?" Zhen Qin inquired further. Guin smiled and said, "Take a look at his back." Zhen Qin instinctively opened the swaddling clothes around Long Qing, seeing mysterious black patterns on his back that, at a glance, resembled a black dragon. "It seems this little fellow's background is not simple," Zhen Qin remarked with amazement. Yilan also saw it and completely relaxed, smiling as she took Long Qing in her arms. "This matter should not be spread. Since he has been abandoned, let him stay away from strife and live peacefully in Medicine Valley. The mark on his back can be considered my doing," Guin instructed. The two women nodded, agreeing and praising him for his thorough consideration. After staying in the Third Medicine Valley for 3 days, the women left. Their subsect was busy with tasks that required them to be away, and they would not meet again for several years. By the age of half a year, Long Qing could walk. By 1 year, he began to babble. Dressed in fine clothes, he became the joy of Medicine Valley. A year had passed since the deep red coffin arrived in the great heavenly spirit land, and there was still no movement, but its presence had become widely known. The various sects labeled it an evil object from outer heaven, and even the mortal world peak was abuzz with discussions. This year, during the summer, Guin sat in the attic and picked up Qingtian Peak, extending his divine thought into it to enter the ruined temple. As soon as he entered the temple, the man in black appeared, anxiously asking, "Why did you only come now? Where's the emperor?" Guin took a deep breath and said, "It failed. I was just about to use the miracle technique you taught me when he escaped. I couldn't catch up, and now I have no idea where he's gone." The man in black's face changed dramatically, his body trembling uncontrollably. "The good news is that the Dark Battle Emperor hasn't emerged from his coffin. It's been a year. Why no movement?" Guin asked with a frown. Hearing this, the man in black's face relaxed slightly. After pondering, he said, "He might be preparing for something. Ancestor, could you release me? I must go in search of the Emperor." Guwen shook his head. "Sorry, I can't fully trust you. I'll release you after 10,000 years, once we get through this calamity." 10,000 years? The man in black nearly burst into curses, but thinking of the profound and inscrutable Tao level of the other party, he could only suppress his emotions. What good was the whereabouts of the Emperor if his own life was at stake? Chapter 341 Reincarnation Tribulation. The man in black ultimately chose to compromise, for he believed that Guwen should be trustworthy. After all, he was completely powerless to resist, and there was no point in Guwen deceiving him. After dealing with the man in black, Guwen set down Qingtian Peak. He lifted his gaze and saw through the walls that 1-year-old Long Qing was chasing after the white spirit rat, which slowed down for fear that the child couldn't keep up. It was rare to see the white spirit rat so gentle, which brought a smile to Guwen's face. No longer contemplating what the reincarnation evolution truly entailed, Guwen's focus was solely on becoming stronger. These reincarnated identities wouldn't help him survive better. In this world, there were holy courts and immortal dynasties. Outside the world, there were realms like the Silent Destruction Domain and beings like the Annihilation God Emperor and the Black Profound Emperor watching him, not to mention countless great heaven and earth. His journey was still long. Long Zhan had been too arrogant and was crushed to death by the Annihilation God Emperor. Guwen planned to quietly surpass the 9 heavens of immortal path in the universe where the great heavenly spirit land was located. He deliberately overestimated the capabilities of the Black Profound Emperor and the Annihilation God Emperor to better confront and potentially defeat them if they became enemies in the future. Guwen collected himself, even eliminating the animosity towards the Black Profound Emperor and keeping the past hidden deep within his heart. He was Guwen. Guwen was the true him. Guwen picked up a brush, intending to write and express his emotions. Miles of clear skies stretched overhead, and a large gathering of cultivators crowded a barren plain. They surrounded a massive pit over 100 miles in diameter, atop whose edge they constructed towering stages, each brandishing an imposing iron tower. Baizia stood on the edge of the massive pit, gazing at a deep red coffin from afar, a worried expression filling his eyes. "Have you seen it in the Silent Destruction Domain?" a voice called out, and Fu Xinqiu stepped beside Baizia. After paying his respects, Baizia turned and said, "I haven't seen it, but its aura feels very dangerous." "I have seen it," Fu Xinqiu said calmly, his gaze fixed on the deep red coffin. Baizia looked at him in surprise, only to hear him continue. "Wherever this evil coffin appears, heavenly demons retreat, leaving nothing but remains. Even the heavenly demons fear whatever resides within it. I've heard that beings surpassing the carefree primordial immortal realm would turn to ash just by approaching it." Beyond the carefree primordial immortal, this filled Baizia with even more fear. As a heaven and earth flying immortal, he already regarded the carefree primordial immortal as a symbol of freedom. How could beings even stronger than carefree primordials succumb to this evil coffin? He instinctively thought of Meng Lang and shuddered at the thought of him turning to dust upon nearing the evil coffin. As Fu Xinqiu continued his story, Baizia listened intently, and they were not the only ones. Other sects had people recounting their experiences in the Silent Destruction Domain. Atop a grand pavilion, a man in white robes stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze quietly fixed on the deep red coffin, his eyes deep with thought. Suddenly, a man clad in golden armor appeared beside him, bowing and whispering, "Holy King, the higher-ups have instructed you not to take action and to wait for the Dark War Emperor to awaken." Hearing this, the man in white robes narrowed his eyes, lost in thought and not replying. The man in golden armor spoke again in a low tone, "Holy King, something about this doesn't feel right. While the heavenly demons bring trouble to the mortal world from time to time, Shangtian never acted like this when he was here. Didn't Shangtian always say that anything from outer heaven is an enemy? Since when do we ask enemies for help?" He wasn't concerned about being overheard. The many restrictions within the pavilion would prevent high-level eavesdropping. Remaining expressionless, the man in white replied, "It is now the era of the holy minister, and it will be for a long time. If you wish to have a foothold in the holy court, you must learn to feign ignorance." The man in golden armor appeared angry as he clenched his teeth and asked, "Where has Shangtan gone to? And why does he trust the holy minister so much?" The man in white robes spoke calmly, "Reincarnation tribulation is a path every mighty individual must tread. Shangtian has already delayed it for far too long. What might happen if we wait any longer, nobody knows." Reincarnation tribulation? Has Shangtian reincarnated? The man in golden armor furrowed his brows. Shaking his head, the man in white robes replied, "Your realm is not high enough to understand. Don't ask too much. All you need to know is this. If the Holy Court truly faces an existential crisis, Shangtian will surely return. Until then, let the holy minister make a fuss. The greater the uproar, the better it might be for us. Don't forget that the holy God is also unsatisfied with the holy minister." The man in golden armor's expression fluctuated before he bowed and took his leave. The long hair of the man in white robes fluttered gently in the breeze as he continued to watch the deep red coffin silently. The summer day was blisteringly hot. Guwen, riding on the blood prison great saint, was heading towards the third medicine valley, looking into the distance. A Tao void mysterious immortal had appeared near the deep red coffin. This was the first time Guwen had sensed the aura of a Tao void mysterious immortal. He guessed the individual was from the Holy Court. With so many forces converging but taking no action, Guwen didn't know how to discern good from evil. Regardless, the appearance of the deep red coffin caused the deaths of all beings on a continent. In his previous life, it would have been equivalent to destroying all life on Earth. Even so, the Holy Court remained motionless. Perhaps to the Holy Court, the threat of the heavenly demon was greater, a consideration for the long term. But for the innocents involved, wasn't it also a tragedy? "Master, what do you think of that kid Long Qing? He seems pretty clever to me," inquired the blood prison great saint, drawing Guwen's thoughts back to reality. It wasn't foolish to think so. Why would the master casually take in an orphan unless the child was no ordinary one? Perhaps even more exceptional than Yang Jian. Guwen replied, "Quite ordinary. He'll hardly achieve anything significant in his lifetime." The blood prison great saint paused, then laughed. "Master, you're kidding with me, right?" "You'll see in time," Guwen said with a soft laugh. Unable to resist, the blood prison great saint asked further, "Then why did you take him in?" "Because I liked him. Do you think I need Yang Jian to repay me for anything?" Guwen said casually. It made sense to the blood prison great saint. After all, Guwen wasn't only good to Yang Jian. All the disciples in the valley received favorable treatment from him. In Guwen's own words, "Do good deeds without asking about the future. That too. Leading a plain life isn't necessarily bad." Agreed the blood prison great saint, though he secretly believed Long Qing would certainly make something of himself. It was only a matter of time. As Guwen walked into the valley, he saw a group of female disciples surrounding Long Qing, passing him around happily until the atmosphere became even more cheerful. When someone spotted the blood prison great saint, they exchanged a few words and quickly dispersed, leaving Long Qing in the arms of one of the girls, who hurried towards an Xian, looking lost. "Guwen, come for a game of Go." The voice of the nine-fingered divine lord suddenly rang out, and Guwen sent the blood prison great saint over. After a while, when Guwen sat at the Go board, the nine-fingered divine lord, with a chuckle, asked, "Guwen, what's the backstory of that little guy called Long Qing?" He had tried to discern Long Qing's fate but came up with nothing. Considering what had happened with Yang Jian, he couldn't help but feel that Long Qing had some significant background. Guwen picked up a ghost stone and replied with a smile, "How should I know? I truly found him in the mountains. Do you like him? Why don't you take him as a disciple?" After hearing this, the nine-fingered divine lord laughed and said, "Let's not. I've already taken away one of your disciples. I can't be that greedy." Seeing him reluctant to make a move, Guwen played first, causing the nine-fingered divine lord to twitch at the corner of his mouth and quickly pick up the white stones from the table, saying, "Our rules here, black plays first. Don't you know the rules?" With that, he made his move. Guwen smiled and followed suit, then asked about Chu Jingfeng's situation. The nine-fingered divine lord had settled Chu Jingfeng overseas while staying at the supreme sect himself, making Guwen unsure of what to make of his actions. Half an hour later, Guwen stood and departed. The nine-fingered divine lord stared at the go board, frowning. "Where exactly is the problem?" he muttered to himself. No one offered him an answer. His loss didn't surprise the surrounding players. His winning would have been the real shock. Guwen was in a good mood, looking forward to harvesting high-rank medicinal herbs in the Outer World cave the next day. A move that could increase his lifespan by tens of millions of years. He decided not to initiate lifespan samsara before his next breakthrough. Forget that, before filling up a lifespan of 1 billion years. Otherwise, descendants might appear before his eyes again, and he couldn't bear to ignore them. The sun set, and the moon rose. The next morning, Guwen left Longqing with Yu Yingying and departed Medicine Valley alone. Yu Yingying adored Longqing, though she couldn't explain why since she usually despised children. By evening, Guwen returned. He hummed a tune along the way, clearly delighted. Today, he had harvested over 65 million years of lifespan. It was exhilarating. The Outer World cave was his key investment project. Periodically, he would inject more high-rank medicinal herbs into the grotto. Along the path, Guwen greeted every passing disciple, leaving them pleasantly surprised. He made his way to Yu Yingying's courtyard and took away Longqing. "Hey, I want to ask you something." Yu Yingying stopped Guwen. He gave her a look. "I'm not hey." Rolling her eyes, she said, "Lately, I've been feeling restless, like I might bring trouble to Medicine Valley. Should I leave?" Guwen looked at her, astonished. "If you want to leave, leave. Why ask me?" Yu Yingying was livid, ready to pinch him, but he deftly dodged. "I'm leaving tomorrow." She turned and walked toward her house. Guwen called out, "Hey, if you're really worried about causing trouble, why fret? Don't forget who holds the fort at the Supreme Sect." Yu Yingying turned to look at Guwen, the anger in her eyes gradually fading. Hesitantly, she said, "Wouldn't that be inappropriate?" Guwen spoke righteously. "The entire Supreme Sect is under the protection of Sword Venerable Fudao. There's nothing wrong with that. If you feel bad about it, later you can take care of Qing for me. He really likes you." Caught in hesitation, Yu Yingying lingered in thought, while Guwen said no more and turned to leave. Taking advantage of Longqing's youth, he wanted to hold him more, as the child would be less cuddly when older. As for Yu Yingying's concerns, he paid them no mind. Many heavenly demons roamed the world. They would deal with the Dark War Emperor when he emerged from the coffin. From the current aura, the Dark War Emperor was still very distant from becoming a divine thought true immortal. Considering this rate of improvement, it would take him thousands of years to reach the level of a divine thought true immortal, right? Chapter 342. Shelter from the wind and the rain, eradicate the heavenly demon. Time flew like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, Longqing was already 5 years old. Guwen stood in front of the window, looking at Longqing riding the blood prison great saint in pursuit of a white spirit rat, his lips lifting slightly into a smile. Such days were truly wonderful. Regrettably, peace was about to be shattered soon. Guwen could feel the deep red coffin trembling, alarming the nearby sects, which promptly arranged their defenses. The Dark War Emperor was about to emerge. The Dark War Emperor, inheritor of the Battle Court legacy, was set on hunting the descendants of the Battle Court's creator. This sparked many speculations in Guwen. After all, he had no fondness for the Dark War Emperor, who, from the very start, slaughtered everything in his path. Should he dare come to the Taizong continent, he would find no courtesy from Guwen. As the reputation of Sword Venerable Fudao grew ever more resounding, certainly the Holy Court would not dare to confront him directly. The great Nether Saint King had been rather restrained lately, as if putting aside past grievances, not daring to plot against Guwen any longer. Guwen watched the distance for a while before heading downstairs. Just as he descended the stairs, streaks of blood-like light manifested in the sky, a chilling sight. The disciples in the valley also noticed this scene, discussing among themselves. However, they were not panicked. In their hearts, the supreme sect was the safest place. Ji Xiaoyu approached Guwen and whispered, "I've seen such a sight in my dreams." Guwen was not surprised, given that the reincarnation path emperor had ventured into the silent destruction domain. Following her lead, Guwen asked, "For what reason? What is going to happen?" Ji Xiaoyu looked up at the sky and said, "I'm not sure, but after such an omen appears, a massacre will follow." Guwen shivered, anxiously asking, "There isn't going to be another catastrophe, is there? I've only lived for a little over 300 years, and I've already encountered so many once-in-millennium disasters. Is the Almighty picking on me?" Ji Xiaoyu glanced at him and said, "What catastrophes have you experienced? I've never seen you fight. With Sword Venerable Fudao and the Supreme Sect shielding you, what do you have to fear? You just need to sit back and enjoy the show." Who's really shielding whom? If I told you, it would scare you to death. That's what Guwen thought. But he relaxed his expression and, patting his chest, said, "You have a point. Why should I worry? When immortals clash, what concern is it of mere mortals?" Ji Xiaoyu was amused by his actions and asked with a smile, "I could teach you some spells, would you like to learn?" "Forget it. You know I don't like to engage in combat." "Really? Then why do you enjoy sparring with disciples? That's mentoring, okay? How could there be any danger when a higher realm battles a lower realm? Be careful. Someday you might encounter an unparalleled genius who will make you lose face." "An unparalleled genius in Medicine Valley? What about Yang Jian? His cultivation level isn't increasing that fast." As they talked, their conversation turned into bickering. As Ji Xiaoyu's worry dissipated during the chat, she spoke of the omen because she felt uneasy and needed to express her feelings. Talking with Gu and always helped her to relax. While the two were laughing and talking, on the other side of the distant land, a terrifying demonic chi burst into the sky, originating from the deep red coffin beyond the outer heaven. The deep red coffin stood upright, the body shaking violently. The formations at the edge of the pit had been activated, forming a semi-transparent barrier enclosing the pit. Even with the formations in place, the cultivators outside were terrified. The weakest among them was a loose immortal, and facing the aura seeping from the red coffin, they felt like they were facing their doom, wishing they could flee immediately. Crack! Suddenly, the lid of the coffin flew open, and a pale, rotting hand reached out, grabbing onto the edge of the coffin. With a bang, the lid sprang open, black gas surged out, quickly spreading and forming a thick fog. Heavy breaths could be heard from within the black mist, sending chills down the spines of most cultivators. "Is this the great heavenly spirit land?" A hoarse voice emerged. Each word fell heavy on the hearts of the cultivators. A white-robed man from Holy Court said, "Yes, we ask that you eradicate the heavenly demons of mortal world and not harm innocent beings." His voice was loud, clear for everyone to hear. Sects from all sides were shocked. A holy king from Holy Court knew the creature inside the coffin? Eradicate the heavenly demons of mortal world? Many cultivators' expressions changed, such as those from Mortal World Peak, whose sect had dealt with heavenly demons before. They worried about the Holy Court using this as an excuse to suppress them. The actions of Holy Court always needed the backing of the common people. Anyone or any power that became an enemy of the populace would find no mercy from Holy Court. Eradicate the heavenly demons? Heh. The hoarse voice laughed, sending shivers up everyone's spine. Boom! A terrifying force exploded from within the pit in an instant, forcefully dispersing the formations and sending cultivators flying in all directions. The white-robed man stood in midair, unmoved, while carefree primordial immortals used their mana to resist in every direction. Further away were heaven and earth flying immortals, with the weakest loose immortals blown clear off the continent. "I'll help you clear out the heavenly demons, but after that, I must feast to my heart's content." The hoarse voice was filled with a will to kill. The white-robed man remained impassive. The great cultivators from various sects were frightened and turned to look at him, wondering about Holy Court's stance. However, after a moment of silence, the white-robed man uttered just one word. Good. That word caused all great cultivators' faces to drastically change, looking at him in disbelief. In Supreme Sect, the Third Medicine Valley. Truly terrifying. Guwen, sensing the aura of the Dark War Emperor, thought this to himself. The Dark War Emperor had already reached the aura of a Tao Void mysterious immortal, and the entire great heavenly spirit land could feel his terrifying presence. The immortal dynasty and Holy Court remained unmoved, while sects throughout the world began to stir, with many directly activating their defenses in anticipation. Guwen's gaze turned to Immortal Seeking Island. The movements on the island were swift. They had already started forming their defenses. This aura? Ji Xiaoyu, standing beside Guwen, furrowed her brows, her face revealing concern. Guwen kept silent and walked towards Long Qing. Suddenly, the dreadful pressure that had descended caused Long Qing to cry out in fear, with Yu Yingying unable to console him. Under a tree, Shun Xinzi put down his book, his gaze towards the horizon where the sky was filled with blood-red light, causing his mind to race even more. He felt like disaster was imminent. What in the world is it? Shun Xinzi murmured, frowning. As Guwen approached Long Qing, he felt the aura of the Dark War Emperor shift to another location, followed by the complete disappearance of the vibrant life force of that land. With the Dark War Emperor's aura enhanced, though the increase was not significant, his actions still caused Guwen to frown. What infuriated him most was that Holy Court actually allowed such recklessness. He was very disappointed in Holy Court. Master! Upon seeing Guwen, Long Qing immediately threw himself into Guwen's embrace. Guwen patted his back and picked him up, whispering comfortingly, "Don't be afraid. Your master is here." For some reason, as Guwen drew near, Yu Yingying's panic unexpectedly lessened, prompting her to instinctively lean towards Guwen Gu and looked at the pale-faced Yu Yingying and asked, "Are you okay?" Yu Yingying stood beside him, gripping his sleeves tightly and shaking her head slightly. At that moment, Guwen sensed a great influx of forces entering the Taizong continent, their cultivation levels uneven, with the strongest being merely of the mystic heart realm. Such cultivation was not worthy of his concern, yet it coincided with this critical juncture. Chapter 343. Darkness Strikes. The Moment of Despair. On the edge of the Taizong continent, dozens of ragged people were heading toward the forest on a beach. A young girl was supporting her elderly grandfather, her eyes filled with terror as she looked up at the blood-light phenomenon in the sky. "Grandpa, they let us come here. Could there be any scheme?" the girl asked cautiously, her face smeared with dirt, but it couldn't hide her bright eyes. Her grandfather shuffled forward weakly and said breathlessly, "Things will get better." Not only them, but other people nearby were also worried and hopeful. Across the edge of the continent, many such people were moving toward the interior of the continent. Those with higher cultivation levels disappeared quickly, while those with lower cultivation levels could only proceed on foot. Guwen took in these scenes. With his divine sense he could tell these people were all reincarnated demons. Their soul origins shared the same karma as Yu Yingying and Shun Xinzi. These people all came through teleportation arrays, and as soon as they arrived, the arrays quickly disappeared. Guwen probed their karma, gaining some information. Heavenly Prison. These people were from Heavenly Prison. They also didn't know why they were driven here by the authorities of Heavenly Prison. Although the karma and chi fortune of Heavenly Prison weren't connected to the Holy Court, Guwen knew without thinking that it had something to do with the Great Nether Saint King. After all, his enemies were few, and only the Great Nether Saint King had the means to do such a thing. Sending so many reincarnated demons, wasn't it just to attract the Dark Emperor of War? Guwen disdained such tactics, but it was good in a way. If it could lure the Dark Emperor of War to come earlier, it would reduce the loss of life, and Sword Venerable Fudao would have a legitimate reason to act. "Master, what exactly is that in the sky?" Long Qing looked up, his little face filled with fear. Anyone seeing him would have a hard time associating him with the great emperor of the silent destruction domain. Guwen patted his head and comforted softly. It's nothing. Maybe it's going to rain. Didn't you say you'd be a man after turning 5? How can you still cry? Hearing this, Long Qing quickly wiped away his tears, clenched his little fists and said, I'm not crying. I just got sand in my eyes. Yu Yingying next to them was also amused by his words, lightening the tense atmosphere. Guwen put Long Qing down and then looked at Yu Yingying with a smile and asked, You're not going to keep holding on to me, are you? At this, Yu Yingying promptly let go of her hands and blushed, scoffing, Pa, who wants to hold on to you? Really? Just now, someone almost ripped off my sleeve. Humph, that was an accident. While the two were bantering, the protective formation of the Supreme Sect was activated. A majestic light rose in the distance, and figures of cultivators flew over the Third Medicine Valley. The Supreme Sect quickly entered a state of readiness for battle. The Nine-Finger Divine Lord stood up, looked into the distance and said, Trouble again. It seems we can't finish this game of chess today. The old cultivator sitting opposite him took a deep breath, about to say something, when the Nine-Finger Divine Lord suddenly disappeared. Shinxinzi under a distant tree also stood up and vanished in place. Below the rolling thunderclouds, the land was engulfed in blazing flames, akin to a mortal world hell. A figure strode through the fire, dressed in worn black battle armor, with curly black hair, his hands and feet festering and bubbling with blood, his slightly hunched back visible under his disheveled hair, and his terrifying face revealed beneath the tangled locks. His face was festering too, only his eyes intact. His lips were gone, revealing a frightening mouthful of teeth. He was the Dark Emperor of War. He advanced while exhaling turbid breath. His gaze turned to the distance, only to see a man in white robes suspended in the sky looking at him. He glanced and then withdrew his gaze. He stopped, straightened his body, as if sniffing at something. Then, he suddenly turned his head toward a direction and vanished from the spot. The next second, he appeared under the blue sky and dove down through layers of cloud sea, scattering clouds for thousands of miles with an unstoppable force, crashing toward the ground. Boom! Terrifying flashes of fire lit up the world, with a destructive force erupting from a point on the continent. Sweeping in all directions, the green mountains and rivers turned charred black in its wake. Countless lives were extinguished in an instant. That's enough. The voice of the man in white echoed, laden with an oppressive tone. Following that, the evil laughter of the Dark Emperor of War rang out, adding a layer of horror to the shattered world. Simultaneously, inside the Third Medicine Valley, Guwen felt a divine sense sweep over, surpassing the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma. It must be the divine sense of the Dark Emperor of War. As expected, the Dark Emperor of War was still attracted by the karma of the demons on this land. Guwen walked toward the transmission array platform. Where are you going? Ji Xiaoyu's voice reached Gu N's ears, as he turned around to see her watching him from a distance. He replied using the sound transmission skill. I'm going to Mystic Valley to take a look. There's no need to worry about me with so many people here. After hearing this, Ji Xiaoyu could only nod, then watched him leave. Guwen passed through the teleportation array to Mystic Valley, where Lu Jujia gathered his disciples, all discussing the sudden terrible phenomenon. Master has arrived. A disciple exclaimed in surprise. Everyone turned, showing faces of relief. The Dark Emperor of War's oppression was bone-chilling, and the disciples couldn't help worrying about what would come next. Seeing Guwen gave them more peace of mind. Guwen walked toward his disciples, and, at the same time, he felt Nine-Finger Divine Lord locking his divine sense on him. It seems the Nine-Finger Divine Lord suspected him to be related to Sword Venerable Fudao. Interesting. Just then, living beings across the Taizong continent suddenly felt suffocated. Regardless of their cultivation level, they all had this sensation. But this feeling was momentary, gone in a flash. What's going on? Zuijian was standing by the heaven-cutting axe, looking at the sky with furrowed brows. Not only him, but everyone at the heavenly repair platform was taken aback, unsure what had happened. Yet the sensation they felt was undoubtedly real. The entire Taitsong continent was enveloped in panic. Beneath the sky, the Dark Emperor of War appeared in the air, with the vast ocean below. He looked toward the distant continent, frowning. The continent before him was Taitsong continent. As he approached Taitsong continent, he felt a powerful force blocking his momentum, forcing him to stop. That land hid individuals with great power. With so many heavenly demon auras, the beings on this continent should have nothing to do with the Holy Court. The Dark Emperor of War's eyes flickered. He raised his right hand, and waves of demonic chi surged out, quickly covering the sky and rolling toward Taitsong continent. People of the continent saw dark clouds approaching from the horizon, and before they could ponder further, daylight turned to night. What's happening? Why has the day suddenly turned dark? Did you guys feel your hearts stop beating just now? What in the world is going on? Could the great cold demon sect be attacking again? Could it be that some terrifying demon has appeared? Disciples of Mystic Valley were abuzz with speculation. Guan's face was stern, unable to tell the disciples the reason. He could only ask them to have faith in the supreme sect. After the continent was covered by dark clouds, the pressure of the Dark Emperor of War intensified, leaving the living beings full of fear and unease. Standing in front of a wooden railing, Ji Xiaoyu was somewhat dazed. She seemed to see a dark figure approaching her, each step filled with oppressive might, stepping on her heart. Not just her, but all beings on the continent were pulled into this eerie state. Inside the palace, Li Xiandao sat on the throne, also in a daze. The courtiers around him lost their color, and he saw a figure approaching from outside the hall, like the Grim Reaper drawing near. The courtiers all went pale, falling into an eerie silence. Whether in temples, buildings, grand halls, caves, forests, no matter the location, whether they could see the sky or not, all living beings were dragged into an indescribable eerie state. Those who were reincarnated demons felt it more deeply, like Yu Yingying. She saw the true face of the Dark Emperor of War, the grotesque and terrifying visage assaulting her eyes. She wanted to scream for help, but no sound emerged. She wasn't even able to move. She seemed to be waiting for death. Even Shinxinzi, a wandering immortal of the 9 layers, found himself in the same predicament. Facing the advancing Dark Emperor of War, Shinxinzi gritted his teeth, his heart filled with both panic and unease. He couldn't understand the opponent's divine skills, nor accept his fate. In reality, the Dark Emperor of War, with his right arm raised, showed a maniacal and cruel smile. Gushing demonic chi flowed from his palm, forming a cloud cover that blotted out the heavens. Then, he condensed a black spear in his palm. Its surface swirled with mysterious Tao patterns which exuded a repressive and ominous aura. Let this emperor test your capabilities. The Dark Emperor of War licked his teeth. His hoarse voice permeated with boundless murderous intent. Suddenly, he looked up sharply, as bright light swelled among the rolling dark clouds. His face changed slightly, and gripping the spear tightly, he burst with momentum that shook heaven and earth. The sea below suddenly collapsed, a magnificent sight. He channeled all his mana into the spear in his hand, which burst forth with black flames, countless wronged souls emerging, desperately trying to climb out and break free, but utterly unable to do so. From outer heaven, the eyes of mysterious beings in each of the 7 suns opened, all looking toward the great heavenly spirit land. Viewed from outer heaven, a radiant and beautiful great heaven and earth showed a black dot that was swiftly growing. Inside the 3rd Medicine Valley, Ji Xiaoyu suddenly fell into the eerie state of a reincarnated demon as well, clearly seeing the true face of the Dark Emperor of War as he stepped over the medicine garden and approached her. This scene, she had seen it in her dreams numerous times, but facing it in person, the feelings were completely different. Irrepressible fear and despair enveloped her heart. She struggled to drive away these emotions, but to no avail. Damn it! Ji Xiaoyu gritted her teeth. A red Tao pattern between her brows quickly stretched, swirling flames. She was invoking the power of the primordial Taoist talisman. Just then, a brilliant light burst behind her, dispelling the darkness in her vision. She instinctively looked back, catching a glimpse of a figure in the corner of her eye, and her pupils dilated. It was a sword shadow gleaming with silver light. Countless lightning bolts intertwined upon the sword, molding its form. Ji Xiaoyu had never seen such a sword, as if it had traversed the river of time from ancient epochs. Wherever the sword edge passed, darkness shattered. At this moment, not only her but all the desperate beings on the continent saw such a sword. Chapter 344. Eternal Boundless Divine Sword. When the sentient beings of the continent trapped in terrible illusions saw a mysterious sword shadow, in reality, the Dark Emperor also spotted that sword shadow. The sword shadow faced by the Dark Emperor was even more majestic and overwhelming. The dark clouds that obscured the sun were filled with sword light. The thunder clouds parted, and a massive silver blade pierced through the clouds, as if an unimaginably colossal deity was swinging a sword from beyond the heavens. The part of the blade exceeding the clouds was larger than mountains. Faced with such a gigantic sword, the Dark Emperor, with a rifle in both hands, seemed so insignificant. After a brief moment of astonishment, a crazed expression appeared on his face. How domineering the sword intent is. I didn't expect someone in this world to achieve such a level in the sword Tao. The Dark Emperor said with a laugh, his voice as loud as thunder. His momentum skyrocketed, and his rifle burst out with terrifying black flames. As soon as his words ended, he gripped the rifle with both hands and thrust forward violently. With that thrust, the clouds in the sky instantly burst apart, and the gigantic and mysterious sword shadow was completely revealed. It was a sword shadow larger than any mountain range in the world, its hilt seeming to be housed in the outer universe, delivering a strong visual impact. Boom! The violent black flame, like a sea dragon, collided with the shocking sword shadow, and almost instantly, the sentient beings on the continent awoke. Before their eyes was a mysterious sword shadow tearing apart illusions, pulling them back to reality. They instinctively looked up, and then saw a scene they would never forget in their lifetimes. A silver sword shadow floated in the sky, of unimaginable vastness, indescribably colossal. In Mystic Valley, Guan and his disciples looked up at the sword shadow in the sky together. The eternal boundless divine sword. This was the enhancement from the boundless sword of suppressing the stars. This was also the first time Guan used this swordsmanship. Standing among his disciples, his face showed a shocked expression, making it difficult to associate him with the sword shadow in the sky. The divine sense of the nine-fingered divine lord had disappeared, evidently also diverted by the scene above. With a focused gaze, Guan caused the eternal boundless divine sword to burst out with dazzling light, overshadowing all things under heaven and earth. Then, with an unstoppable force, it dispelled the black flames and attacked the Dark Emperor. The Dark Emperor's face drastically changed. He used his divine skills at that moment. His body transformed into black mist. The eternal boundless divine sword rolled over, the black mist dissipating, gone in an exceedingly short time. Outer heaven. Within the dim starry sky, the Dark Emperor appeared out of thin air. He turned to look toward the distant great heavenly spirit land, his face showing an expression of fright. This sword intent actually contains powerful causality forces. The Dark Emperor was secretly shocked. Thankfully, he possessed profound divine skills, breaking free from the suppression of the sword intent in an instant, escaping to the universe. He suddenly realized something, and instinctively looked up, his eyes bulging. He saw the eternal boundless divine sword appearing right above him, rapidly descending toward him. In fear, he hurriedly used his divine skills again, but wherever he went, as long as he looked up, he could see the eternal boundless divine sword, each teleportation bringing it closer to him. The Dark Emperor felt the despair that the sentient beings of Taizong continent had felt earlier, but even more intensely. It was like an inescapable destiny. Meanwhile, in the eyes of the continent's sentient beings, the eternal boundless divine sword mysteriously disappeared. But fierce winds kicked up, the forests swayed like waves, and the mortal spirits raised their hands to cover their faces. After the tumult subsided, the sentient beings looked up, only to see the phenomenon of blood light in the sky dispersing, At first glance, it appeared as if dusk was setting. After a brief silence in Mystic Valley, the disciples cheered in unison. The entire supreme sect was like a pot exploding. The roaring noise trembled the heavens. Was that sword just now? Wasn't I dreaming? How vast was that sword intent? The sword Tao can actually reach such levels? Did you see a black shadow? I seem to have been dragged into the illusion realm just now. Then I saw a sword save me. I saw that too. I felt the same way. It must be Sword Venerable Fudao. Only he could possess such sword intent. He has saved us once again. Disciples from various cities of the Supreme Sect were all greatly exhilarated. The divine skills of the Dark Emperor made everyone feel his terror, and because of this they were amazed and surprised by the power of Sword Venerable Fudao. Just the spectacular sword shadow that appeared earlier was enough to overturn the sentient being's understanding of the sword Tao. Just how strong was Sword Venerable Fudao? How far does the end of the sword Tao reach? Gu and also excitedly discussed with his disciples until a prompt appeared before him. You have successfully seized 207,632 years of lifespan from the Dark Emperor, Tao Void Mysterious Immortal Realm Second Layer. Gu and could seize 1 to 2% of an enemy's lifespan, signifying the Dark Emperor still had over 2 million years of lifespan. How long could a Void Mysterious Immortal live his maximum? Guin felt pleased. The first time he deployed the Eternal Boundless Divine Sword, the effect was satisfactory. This also proved the results of reincarnation evolution. He comprehended the rule forces, then condensed his own rule forces, injecting them into his divine skills, making them more mysterious. Once the Eternal Boundless Divine Sword was unleashed, it locked onto the Dark Emperor's causal aura. Wherever he fled, the Eternal Boundless Divine Sword would follow, unless the Dark Emperor could dissipate the causality. Unfortunately, in such a short period, even if the Dark Emperor had means to dissipate causality, it was too late to discern the reasons. Guin could sense that there was another Tao Void Mysterious Immortal watching from afar. He chose not to direct his gaze there. Soon, that mysterious immortal left. After instructing the disciples of Mystic Valley with a few words, Guin returned to the Third Medicine Valley, where it was bustling with excitement as everyone excitedly discussed the recent spectacle. Guin stepped down from the transmission array platform and saw Shen Xinzi in the distance, gazing blankly at the sky, lost in thought. Yu Yingying, holding Long Qing, walked over quickly. She approached Guin, excitedly saying, "Did you see just now? Sword Venerable Fudao's sword Tao is unbelievable. That sword felt like it flew in from beyond the heavens." She grew more excited as she spoke, becoming even incoherent toward the end. Long Qing spread his arms, gesturing how immense the heavenly sword was earlier. Guin also acted very excited, even describing the sensations he experienced while in the illusion realm. However, he was pondering another matter in his mind. That was about Heavenly Prison. The reason the Dark Emperor came here was because the people of Heavenly Prison released heavenly demons into Taitsong Continent. This matter was unlikely to end here. I wonder what the origin of that dark shadow just now was. Will he come again? I hope Sword Venerable Fudao has already annihilated him. Yu Yingying spoke anxiously, and Guin could only comfort her by trusting Sword Venerable Fudao. He was also unclear about the origins of the Dark Emperor, but could be sure that the Dark Emperor had no blood relations with the Long family, no causal connections whatsoever, and importantly, the Dark Emperor's true form was not of the human race. After chatting for a while with Yu Yingying, Guin finally excused himself, then went on to talk briefly with an Xian, Ji Xiaoyu, and others. The impact of this battle was bound to last a long time. In unseen distant places, many great cultivators peaked at this battle. The power of Sword Venerable Fudao shocked countless people. Wiping out the Great Cold Demon Sect had already spread the name of Sword Venerable Fudao into the sight of the great sects, but for the great sects, Sword Venerable Fudao was at most a formidable figure. Now it was different. The aura of the Dark Emperor shocked the entire great heavenly spirit land. His terrifying aura was incomparable even to the entire Great Cold Demon Sect combined. Every being that had reached the carefree primordial immortal realm witnessed the process of the Dark Emperor's demise. Being able to slay an existence of the seventh layer of the immortal path, Sword Venerable Fudao's Tao level was immeasurably deep. Outer heaven, Hidden within the sun, 7 mysterious beings also closed their eyes, as if nothing had happened. In a palace bathed in flickering firelight, 2 figures stood beside a small pool, silent. The pool reflected the universe scenes, with faint wisps of swirling black mist visible. One of them, a man in a black robe wearing a dragon bone crown, looked upset, gritting his teeth and said, "This is troublesome. Sword Venerable Fu Dao is so formidable. It's impossible to hide Heavenly Prison's actions from him. He will trouble me sooner or later." He turned to look at the person beside him, his eyes filled with anger. Qing Songzi took a deep breath and said, "The Holy King is surely aware of this matter. Let us choose to protect ourselves wisely." He was the domain master of the main city of Broken Sea Domain, and the Taizong continent was also under his jurisdiction. At this moment, Qing Songzi, who controlled the lives of his entire domain, had a pale face, his hands clenched within his sleeves. He tried to appear composed. Seeing the Dark Emperor being exterminated, he felt like the sky was falling. He turned and left. The man in the black robe said sternly, "If Sword Venerable Fu Dao comes looking, I can only reveal the existence of the Holy King. I couldn't possibly hide this matter with my Dao level. You'd better pray that Sword Venerable Fu Dao does not come looking." Qing Songzi left those words and disappeared on the spot. The man in the black robe watched the direction he left, unable to contain his anger, causing the entire palace to tremble. Under the dazzling starry sea, an island quietly suspended, small in size, featuring a center area cleared of vegetation, paved with white jade. One after another, figures appeared on white jade square, all radiating strong light in various colors, barely able to discern their shapes, their faces blurry, only their eyes clearly visible. They gathered together, no one spoke, the atmosphere somber. "Holy Minister, was it your idea to let the dark beings in?" a large figure asked coldly. The others turned their gazes toward the Holy Minister, who radiated golden light, appearing like an immortal, his aura vast. Facing the questioning, Holy Minister calmly said, "There are too many heavenly demons within the realms. They use reincarnation to hide their identities. You should be aware of the looming calamities accumulating within the silent destruction domain. I was planning for the future which led to this regrettable decision." The others also spoke up. The intention was good, but the dark beings are too violent, indeed difficult to control. That guy must be the Dark Emperor. His escape technique is extremely refined, hard to capture. Didn't expect him to still die. Broken Sea Domain, Sword Venerable Fu Dao. The great heavenly spirit land is so large, yet he unexpectedly found the place where Sword Venerable Fu Dao was quite strange. Indeed, each time Sword Venerable Fu Dao strikes, it seems as if he is protecting himself. If the Dark Emperor specifically came for him, why involve 2 continents? Holy Minister, it seems someone is using you to scheme against Sword Venerable Fu Dao. The Holy Minister, glittering in golden light, had a glint in his eyes, radiating coldness. Chapter 345. The Holy Minister appears mortal world peak, atop a mountain summit. Fu Shinxiu stood alongside Eternal Taoist Lord at the cliff's edge, gazing silently up at the sky for a long time. "Master, to which level of the immortal path has Sword Venerable Fu Dao ascended?" Fu Shinxiu couldn't help but ask. The Eternal Taoist Lord gave a wry smile. "I have merely lived a few more years than you. I only know about the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma. The names of the 3 higher realms are beyond my reach." Fu Shinxiu sighed. That heavenly demon from outer heaven felt even more formidable than Senior Meng before perishing in an instant. It is indeed true that beyond the skies there are higher skies, and beyond people there are higher people. The Eternal Taoist Lord frowned slightly and sighed. "I always have the feeling that something troublesome is coming to the Holy Court. To think they would even dare to let in such a demon. Turmoil that hasn't been seen in a million years will soon come upon this world." Fu Shinxiu nodded. He felt the same way. Regardless, it's a good thing that Sword Venerable Fu Dao destroyed that demon. But before he could cleanse the world of the heavenly demons, they began slaughtering innocents. The Holy Court is truly confused to cooperate with such beings. declared Fu Xinxiu with righteous indignation, finding the dialogue between the Holy King of the Holy Court and the Dark Emperor to be absurd. When did the Holy Court become like this? The eternal Taoist Lord said no more. There were things he couldn't speak aloud. At this moment, not only was Mortal World Peak discussing this matter, great cultivators from Qi fortune sects and dynasties across the land, and even within the Immortal Dynasty, were engaging in debates about it. The influence of this event was fermenting swiftly, as summer turned to autumn. Inside Third Medicine Valley, Guwen sat at a table while Xinzhen sat across from him, excitedly discussing something. Months had passed, and the great battle between Sword Venerable Fu Dao and the Dark Emperor had not been forgotten by time. Rather, it had become increasingly significant. It said that the heavenly demon from outer heaven was invited by the Holy Court. TSK. Indeed, this world's a dark place where no fresh news can be found. Whether it's the Dao Tian sect, Supreme Sect, Seven Stars Spirit Realm, or the Holy Court, they all have their dark secrets, said Xinzhen, dripping with sarcasm. Guwen responded helplessly, "My dear grandmother, can you please not say these things out loud? Those cultivators are as powerful as immortals. Aren't you afraid of being overheard? What's the difference if they hear?" Now everyone's spreading that the heavenly demon was invited by the Holy Court. They say 8 continents' creatures have been devoured by the Dark Emperor. What a sin! Exclaimed Xinzhen indignantly. Guwen reminded, "Criticize all you want, but make sure you don't write this down or illustrate it." Xinzhen rolled her eyes at him and said irritably, "Do you think I'm that foolish? Plus, I don't possess that strong a sense of righteousness. I just can't stand the Holy Court claiming to be just and using the holy name only to do such things." At this moment, chess players in the valley below were also cursing the Holy Court. Guwen sensed the whiff of conspiracy. How could the Holy Court, with all its capabilities, allow public opinion to swell to such an extent? As if the Holy Court wouldn't care about face. That was even less possible. From the attitude of the great Nether Saint King, one could see that what the Holy Court cared most about was their reputation. Reputation might seem ethereal, but when it reached a certain level, it could influence the Qi fortune of a person or a faction, and one could even predict the public opinion of a power based on the rules of heaven and earth. Of course, whether the Holy Court was good or bad depended on what kind of existence Shangtian was. As Guwen reflected, he decided to make a trip to Heavenly Prison. Regardless of whether the external rumors were a conspiracy or not, he had some vengeance to claim. An ancient hour later, after Xinzhen had left, having vented her feelings, Guwen saw her downstairs. After she departed, he headed towards the teleportation array. Atop the grand hall, flames flickered. A man in a black robe sat on a throne with a furrowed brow and an uneasy mind. As 2 small dragon souls emerged from the dragon bone crown on his head, entwining each other. Months had passed since the fall of the Dark Emperor, yet Sword Venerable Fu Dao hadn't come to kill his way into Heavenly Prison, not bringing him any relief but instead increasing his anxiety, giving him an ominous feeling of impending disaster. Heavenly Prison was a minor heaven and earth, well concealed, but for a great power like Sword Venerable Fu Dao, no hiding place would suffice. Snap! Suddenly, the man in the black robe felt his shoulder being clutched. His heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively opened his eyes. In the corner of his eye, his pupils dilated, and he felt as if he had tumbled into an abyss, his limbs icy cold. Beside him stood a figure enshrouded in dark purple demonic qi, whose real form he could not discern despite his high cultivation level. Sword Venerable Fu Dao. Guwen looked down upon him and cast a lifespan detection. Demon Soul Master, 8th floor of Carefree Primordial Immortal Realm 590, 328/800, 000/1, 500, 000. Gu and spoke slowly. Having lived for more than 500,000 years, you've not had it easy. Will you confess willingly, or must I do it myself? His voice, altered, was harsh and carried a chill that terrified the Demon Soul Master. The Domain Master of Broken Sea Domain, Qing Songzi, came to me. He claimed it was arranged by the great Nether Saint King to allow a batch of heavenly demons into Taitsong continent. It's the Holy King, I could not decline. I am merely a pawn. I bear no grudges against you, senior. Please, spare me. The demon soul master bit his teeth and spoke, filled with fear. Guwen looked up, his gaze towards the top of the hall. His left hand still pressed on the demon soul master's shoulder. Following Guwen's vision, a streak of golden light appeared atop the grand hall, as if space had split open. The light quickly expanded, and a figure stepped out from it. The person was bathed in golden light, so even Guwen couldn't see the true form. Guwen threw another lifespan detection at the newcomer. Holy Minister, 9 layers of divine thought, true immortal 0/0/0 no lifespan? It's not the true form. The demon soul master also saw the figure of the Holy Minister, his eyes filled with panic. He had never seen the Holy Minister before, but such an emergence was not favorable for him at this time. The Holy Minister spoke. I can depose the great Nether Saint King. His first statement caused the demon soul master's complexion to shift drastically. Such audacity! Within the Holy Court, only 2 entities had the power to depose a Saint King. No matter which it was, the demon soul master dared not provoke. Guwen asked, Who might you be? The Holy Minister replied, I am the Holy Minister of the Holy Court, overseeing the entire court. The coming of the Dark Emperor was my idea, originally intended to eradicate the heavenly demons of the mortal world. However, I did not anticipate such a preposterous outcome. Guwen didn't expect the Holy Minister to admit to this so readily. For a moment, he couldn't discern the Holy Minister's true intentions. Sword Venerable Fudao, you have refused the destined chi fortune of the Holy Court, and I do not wish to delve into your reasons. I only seek to understand your stance towards the Holy Court to prevent any misunderstandings between us. From your actions, it's clear you are neither of the demon path nor the wicked, said the Holy Minister calmly, his tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Guwen fell silent for a moment and then said, I have no intention of making enemies with anyone. I seek only to cultivate in peace. My previous intervention was merely because I resided in that land, benefiting from nature's spiritual energy, and felt an obligation to act on behalf of that land. Upon hearing this, the Holy Minister immediately said, I see, I can understand. Through the ages, indeed, there have been ascetics like you who are solely dedicated to the immortal path. You have shielded those people, and they are fortunate for that. From this point on, the Holy Court shall not disturb your cultivation. This time, there was a hint of mirth in his tone. May I make a request? Guwen suddenly asked. Please speak. Bring the great Nether Saint King to me. I want to kill him myself. Chapter 346. Holy Sword, 3rd grade heavenly position. I must kill him myself. The words of Guwen echoed in the great hall, the flickering flames growing more intense, as if startled by his declaration. The Punisher of Demon Souls, held by the shoulder with one hand by Guwen, listened with secret alarm. Despite the overtures of goodwill from the Holy Minister, Sword Venerable Fudao was still so overbearing, a clear sign of a character that brooked no defiance. The Holy Minister fell silent upon hearing these words. Guwen was not in a hurry, waiting for the response from the Holy Minister. He was not blinded by hatred. He wanted to use this opportunity to show the Holy Court his boundaries and to prove that his target was solely the great Nether Saint King. The Saint King of the Holy Court is held in high esteem. Even in death, it should come at the hands of the Holy Court personally. The Holy Minister said without a trace of mirth. The Punisher of Demon Souls grew tense at once. If these two were to fight, both he and the heavenly prison would suffer the consequences. Amassing his thoughts, the Holy Minister's tone shifted. If Taoist friend is willing to join the Holy Court, I will personally offer up the great Nether Saint King. You need not accept the Chi Fortune Fruit position. Simply joining the Holy Court in name will suffice. Normally, the Holy Court will not assign you any tasks. When the great heavenly spirit land faces an existential threat, only then you would need to act. Simply join in name? Guwen first thought of the Immortal Dynasty, which had also reached out to recruit him. With the Immortal Dynasty as a potential rival, The Holy Court indeed found it hard to trust an unidentified existence. Even if the Holy Court was unaware of Sword Venerable Fudao's true identity, it was not important. What mattered was letting all beings know that the recently renowned Sword Venerable Fudao had joined the Holy Court. Guwen actually did not object to joining the Holy Court. Lacking a stance, one only gathers more enemies. What he opposed was merely the Chi Fortune fruit position. Good. Guwen uttered a single word. The Holy Minister immediately raised his hand, sending a golden token flying towards Guwen, who lifted his right hand to catch it. Not heavy, lighter than a feather, nearly 20 centimeters in length, and about 4 fingers wide. Its edges were carved with dragon figures, and at the top were 2 fire phoenixes, their claws intertwined, symmetrical, and exquisitely done, possessing an aesthetically pleasing look. 3 words were inscribed on the token. Holy Sword 3. The Holy Sword is the title I bestow upon you, the Holy Minister explained. The 3 below signifies your heavenly position. The Saint King too holds a 3rd-grade heavenly position. It is indeed beneath your talents to be at the 3rd-grade heavenly position as a divine thought true immortal. However, since you are unwilling to accept the Chi Fortune fruit position, the Holy Court cannot fully trust you. I hope you can understand. This token is made of the same material as other holy orders, but I have not imposed any other restrictions on it, lest it provokes your apprehension. Its only purpose is to display your identity to others. Its unique material ensures it cannot be replicated by other powers. After listening, Guwen thought to himself, had this fellow decided upon this before even coming here? But he had to admit, with the deep foundation of the Holy Court, they indeed had such confidence. Above the Saint King was the Holy God, and it was not impossible for the Saint King to reach Tao Void Mysterious Immortal, or the Holy God to reach Divine Thought True Immortal. Add to that the exalted Shengtian, and the Holy Court's strength was formidable to even contemplate. Most crucially, the Holy Court not only possessed high-level combatants, but the number at each realm was beyond measure. As a Divine Thought True Immortal, Guwen could now observe Chi Fortune, and the Chi Fortune of the Holy Court was more terrifying than all other powers in the great heavenly spirit land combined, including the Immortal Dynasty. From today onwards, you are the Holy Sword of the Holy Dynasty. This is a title created especially for you. I will announce it to the world in the future. I will have someone send your treatment to the Taizong continent. You need not visit the Holy Court for audience. Are you satisfied? The Holy Minister asked. Guwen replied, of course satisfied. Thank you, Holy Minister. The Holy Minister chuckled. From now on, we shall address each other as Taoist friends. Although the heavenly prison does not enjoy the Holy Court's Chi Fortune, it serves the Holy Court. If you are dissatisfied with this prison master, you may kill him. I will arrange someone else to take over. At these words, the despair was clear on the Punisher of Demon Soul's face. Begging for mercy, he implored, please spare me, Senior. Guwen released his left hand, and the Punisher of Demon Souls regained his freedom. He promptly knelt down, incessantly kowtowing to Guwen. The carefree primordial immortal was in such a wretched state, lacking any of the demeanor expected of him. Let him continue as he was, Guwen stated. The Holy Minister smiled and transformed into a golden light that contracted and disappeared into thin air. The Punisher of Demon Souls, overjoyed, continued to bow and thank Guwen. Do as you see fit. With that parting remark, Guwen vanished. Lifting his head to find Guwen gone, the Punisher of Demon Souls sighed in relief. Great Nether Saint King, even you have met your day. The Punisher of Demon Souls thought of the fate awaiting the great Nether Saint King and couldn't help but feel secretly thrilled. He was deeply grateful to Guwen. The words of the Holy Minister had clearly been an abandonment, and under such circumstances, Sword Venerable Fudao had still spared his life. How could he be anything but thankful? He vowed to please Sword Venerable Fudao from now on. This might be an opportunity. Guwen returned to Mystic Valley, settling beneath the green vine tree in the 8 scenic caves. He took out the Holy Order, musing thoughtfully. He had checked the Holy Order. It truly held no traps, not even qualifying as a magic artifact. He had to say the Holy Minister was quite sincere. Even though Gu En didn't fully agree with the Holy Minister's methods before, he had now been successfully recruited. That the Holy Minister had climbed to his position was no coincidence. But Gu En didn't want to get too close to the Holy Minister. Agreeing to join the Holy Court was merely to reduce trouble. The Holy Minister's 9th-level divine thought true immortal realm also pressured Gu En didn't want to test his combative abilities at the same realm. He preferred to fight from a higher realm against a lower one. Next, he had to vigorously accumulate lifespan and break through to the 9th level of the immortal path. Being weaker than others made Gu En insecure. With the actions of the Holy Court, they could become foes at any moment. Under this premise, Gu En had to strive to strengthen himself even more. The green vine tree seemed to sense Gu En's mood, extending 2 vines to gently massage his shoulders. Gu En closed his eyes and began to relax. Now, he just needed to wait for when the Holy Minister would send the Great Nether Saint King. If the Holy Minister truly intended to forsake the Great Nether Saint King, he likely wouldn't go down without a fight. There was an interesting show to look forward to. It was only when night fell that Gu En returned to the 3rd Medicine Valley. The autumn night sky was strewn with stars, dazzling like a painted scroll. Gu En stood below the tower, appreciating the moonlight. Long Qing ran to him, arms wide, asking to be held. Gu En picked up Long Qing, laughing. "How big you are now, still asking to be held? Are you still a little man?" 5-year-old Long Qing, wearing a refined blue robe and with a lovely face bright with playful eyes, heard Gu En's words and pulled at his eyelids and stuck out his tongue, saying, "I don't care. I want Master to hold me." Gu En couldn't help but squeeze his little nose, feeling that an Exian was raising him with a hint of femininity. "Master, have you ever been to the stars?" Long Qing suddenly pointed to the night sky and asked. Gu En casually replied, "No, do you want to go?" "I do. Just a few nights ago, I dreamt that I was flying among the stars," Long Qing said, his face full of longing. Gu En patiently chatted with him, but his thoughts drifted to Long Exian and Lu Qiuxian when they were young. Chu Lu had children too, but alas, just a year after the child was born, Chu Lu was crushed by the Black Profound Emperor. Gu En possessed these memories and felt the emotions within them, but he didn't get caught up in those attachments. After all, those memories from 3 lifetimes ago were far removed from his current life. Gu En always believed that his present self was truly him, and reincarnation evolution was just a way to become stronger. He was the original and the others were merely his projections. Maybe at a certain realm, he would need to go through reincarnation as a form of practice like Ji Xiaoyu. As Gu En was lost in thought, he suddenly sensed the presence of Tao Void mysterious immortal erupting from afar. Focusing his gaze, he saw a Tao Void mysterious immortal flying out from the Holy Court and swiftly headed into the universe. However, an immense void hand emerged from the darkness above the universe, capturing the Tao Void mysterious immortal at a lightning-fast speed. The Tao Void mysterious immortal had almost reached the edge of the silent destruction domain, just shy of escaping into it. Gu En could tell that the void hand was transformed from divine thought. The Holy Minister. This void hand's aura was precisely that of the Holy Minister he had seen before, only stronger. After capturing the Tao Void mysterious immortal, the void hand vanished along with the trace of the Tao Void mysterious immortal. Gu En noticed many powerful divine senses probing from within the great heavenly spirit land, including divine thought true immortal's divine senses, originating only from 2 locations, the Holy Court and the Immortal Dynasty. Indeed, the world still hid many great powers. Gu En mused silently, fortunate that he had not offended too many, as every breakthrough was shielded by a lifespan barrier. Otherwise, he would have been crushed long ago. A Tao Void mysterious immortal publicly captured. Gu En seriously suspected it was an intentional display by the Holy Minister, wishing to showcase his own strength. Otherwise, that Tao Void mysterious immortal would have had no chance to escape the Holy Court. Gu En felt apprehension and refrained from further thought. Let alone powers without a Tao Void mysterious immortal realm old monster at the helm. Of course, those who were aware of this battle were at least divine immortals of wondrous dharma. Carefree primordial immortal could sense the earlier aura, but definitely couldn't keep pace with the speed of Tao void mysterious immortal, probably oblivious to what had occurred. Guwen withdrew his divine sense and carried Long Qing upstairs. Listening to the little guy recount his dreams, Guwen found it abstract and amusing. Talk of an Exion rolling on the stars and Bull Demon King fighting with the stars seemed utterly absurd. 5 days later, Guwen returned from Nianchu Cave to the Third Medicine Valley. In high spirits, he started discussing Journey to the West with Xin Xinzi. Xin Xinzi already knew that Journey to the West was written by Guwen, although Guwen claimed that he heard it from others, combined with his own dreams, which made Xin Xinzi more reverent towards Journey to the West. Therefore, Xin Xinzi steadfastly held on to his interpretation, even attempting to persuade Guwen. They debated for a long time. "Do you understand Journey to the West better than Pan En?" Guwen couldn't help but say. Xin Xinzi said nonchalantly, "What is Pan En in comparison? He's just a writer. What does he know about Journey to the West?" Guwen, amused and frustrated, gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You're amazing." With that, Guwen left. Xin Xinzi was undisturbed and continued reading. Guwen flew towards the outer gate city, sensing 2 powerful auras emerging on the edge of the continent. Both were Tao Void Mysterious Immortal Realm cultivators. One of them was the Tao Void Mysterious Immortal captured by the Holy Minister 5 days ago. His aura was now weak, clearly having suffered serious injuries. Guwen had not anticipated the Holy Minister to act. Chapter 347. Are you higher than the Unification Realm? Atop a cliff stood 2 figures, one of whom was the white-robed man who had previously conversed with the Dark Emperor. The other person, disheveled and with torn red garments, had his hands bound with iron chains. His back was plastered with talisman papers that fluttered as the sea breeze blew, unsettling his long and messy hair. "Wandering Holy King, what thoughts cross your mind upon witnessing my plight?" asked the man in chains, his expression indifferent and his gaze as deep as a secluded well. The white-robed man acknowledged as the wandering Holy King replied without a trace of emotion. "I am even more grateful. Tao Void Mysterious Immortal is extremely powerful, and your position is high, Holy King. However, the higher you stand, the more careful you must be in your actions because you have more enemies." Upon hearing this, the Great Nether Holy King closed his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. The Great Nether Holy King raised his arm slightly, causing the chains to shake with a crisp sound. "How do you know that your circumspect choices are correct? Watch, the Holy Minister surely harbors even bigger schemes," laughed the Great Nether Holy King with a carefree demeanor, having come to terms with life and death. The wandering Holy King sensed something and instinctively turned his head, his expression suddenly unnatural. They saw a figure shrouded in dark purple demonic chi appear behind them. Sword Venerable Fudao. The wandering Holy King felt an immense pressure rushing towards him, reminiscent of facing the Holy Minister or Holy God. At that moment, he understood why the Holy Minister held Sword Venerable Fudao in such high esteem. He immediately clasped his hands in a formal salute and said, "I have seen the Holy Sword." Upon hearing these words, the Great Nether Holy King's figure trembled slightly. He appeared composed, but how could he not be tense when facing life and death? Wandering Holy King, Tao Void Mysterious Immortal Realm Level 4174098/6000000/7500000. Great Nether Holy King. Tao Void Mysterious Immortal Realm Level 215804422/4000000/500000. Guwen looked at the lifespans of the two and was inwardly pleased. The lifespan of a Tao Void Mysterious Immortal could reach several million years. Observing the difference in lifespans between Level 4 and Level 2, Guwen speculated that lifespans of divine thought true immortals might very well exceed 10 million years. Guwen nodded slightly to the wandering Holy King. His gaze was fixed on the Great Nether Holy King, sensing his tension. Boom! A brilliant golden light suddenly burst forth from Guin's forehead, engulfing the great Nether Holy King in an instant, and then dashed towards the sea surface, dissipating before reaching 1,000 zhang away. When the golden light faded, the great Nether Holy King was nowhere to be seen. Guin had no desire to interact with the great Nether Holy King, nor did he wish to hear any defenses. Even if there were misunderstandings between them, it was the fault of the great Nether Holy King. When so many pointed at the great Nether Holy King, it was unlikely to be false. The wandering Holy King watched with alarm. This was a Tao void mysterious immortal, and even if his cultivation was sealed, he should not have been so easily eradicated. How high was Sword Venerable Fudeo's cultivation level? You have successfully seized 370,963 years of lifespan from the great Nether Holy King, Tao Void Mysterious Immortal Realm Level 2. Upon seeing the prompt before him, Guin felt slightly pleased. Of course, what brought him the most relief was eliminating a thorn in his side. Guin then vanished from the spot, leaving the wandering Holy King behind. The wandering Holy King stood on the cliff, silent for a long time, before finally departing. A Holy King who had stood above all fell just like that, causing a significant psychological impact on the wandering Holy King, who was also a Holy King. The great heavenly spirit land seemed even more complicated and dangerous in the eyes of the wandering Holy King. At Mortal World Peak, Dingtian Peak. Inside the Peak Master's courtyard, Guin was savoring tea. An Exian stood behind him, and in front of him stood a line of wandering immortals, disciples of Dingtian Peak, including Zhu Xinglan. They were discussing the Holy Court's declaration of Sword Venerable Fudao as the Holy Sword. The Holy Sword, the number 1 sword under the heavens, seems like the Holy Court highly values Sword Venerable Fudao. The presence of that demon from outer heaven was terrifying, yet against Sword Venerable Fudao, it was unable to withstand a single blow. With such power, how could the Holy Court not seek to ally with him? I heard that the reason the heavenly demon from outer heaven made a move against Sword Venerable Fudao was that a Holy King schemed against him, sending a great number of reincarnated heavenly demons to the Taizong continent. Truly malevolent. I've heard that as well. It was the great Nether Holy King. He underestimated the strength of Sword Venerable Fudao. To be honest, who could have anticipated that? Such a tiny place actually harbors such a terrifying great cultivator. The wandering immortal disciples of Dingtian Peak were excited, only so uninhibited in the presence of Guin. In front of their disciples, they all maintained a high and dignified posture, as if they were lofty and saintly figures. Zhu Xinglan looked at Guin. He had heard that his master also emerged suddenly and wondered if his master knew Sword Venerable Fudao. As for the possibility that his master was Sword Venerable Fudao himself, that had not crossed his mind. The world was full of ascetics who suffered in silence, and perhaps Sword Venerable Fudao was simply concealing his identity. Maybe his real identity once shook the heavens, but who could be certain? An Exian quietly chuckled as she listened to their discussion. The one they admired was right before them. If they knew, what would their reaction be? She did not know how high the Dark Emperor's cultivation realm was, so she could not understand the excitement of the wandering immortals. In her eyes, there was no difference between wandering immortals and heaven and earth flying immortals. They were all terrifyingly powerful beings. After they had spoken for a while, Guin spoke up. Then you must cultivate diligently. I always feel that the world is becoming increasingly unstable. His divine thought was focused on Yang Jian. Heaven Sect had received news of the great Nether Holy King's fall and was preparing to bring Yang Jian into the world. Over the years, Yang Jian had grown stronger while Heaven Sect had become increasingly aged. Although his cultivation realm had not declined, his aura was not as strong as before. Heaven Sect's lifespan was quickly diminishing without the chi fortune of Heaven Sect, and it seemed he did not have many years left to live. Upon hearing Guin's words, the disciples echoed in agreement, all sharing a premonition that such a major event had not occurred in many years. Word of it would make anyone feel the tense world situation. After a long while, the disciples bid their farewell and left. An Exian sat down, unable to resist stretching herself. She did not remove her mask but looked at Guwen and asked, "Master, what kind of entity is the Holy Court?" Really? She knew Sword Venerable Fudao was Guwen, but being in Mortal World Peak, she had to measure her words carefully. Guwen replied, "It is the governing power of the mortal world, the strongest of our times. As for good or bad, that depends on the circumstances. In this world, there was no absolute good in a person or power. Even the current supreme sect hid untoward secrets. Even though he had joined the Holy Court, Guwen felt no fondness for it. Once he surpassed the 9 heavens of immortal path, he would no longer need to hold any fear towards the Holy Court. Right now, he was more curious about the silent destruction domain. The Annihilation God Emperor could easily annihilate Longzhan, who surpassed the 9 heavens of the immortal path, but now it seemed Shengtian was capable of countering the silent destruction domain. Could it be a different silent destruction domain? Or perhaps the Annihilation God Emperor had long since departed? An Exian was curious about the strength of the Holy Court, but unfortunately, Guwen was also unclear, leaving his answer ambiguous. Today's conversation with the disciples from Dingtian Peak proved the Holy Minister's methods. Although Guwen had not assimilated into the chief fortune of the Holy Court, within a few short years, every power throughout the world knew he had joined the Holy Court. No matter his personal feelings, from now on, he was openly aligned with the Holy Court. The enemies of the Holy Court might also target him. Did the Holy Court have enemies? Of course there were. The immortal dynasty covetously eyed the realm from within, and infinite heavenly demons from beyond watched intently. He only hoped none would disturb his tranquil life. After chatting for a while, Guwen stood up and said, "It's time to test the results of your cultivation. Don't let yourself be surpassed by Longqing later on." Upon hearing this, an Exian quickly rose to her feet. Longqing had been taken care of by her until he was 4, but after that, the boy constantly followed Yu Yingying, leaving her with a sour taste. She couldn't let that child surpass her. Today, after hearing of many significant events in the world, and Xin's fighting spirit was kindled. With such a master guiding her, why couldn't she carve her own place in the world? She did not realize her mindset was beginning to shift towards Anhao's. Seasons changed and 8 years passed. The 13-year-old Longqing was running through Medicine Valley, swift as a cheetah, chasing a corpulent white-furred rat that resembled a pig. His gaze was sharp, his features handsome, and his long hair tied like a girl's, eliciting laughter and teasing from the disciples along the way. After running for a long time, he stopped in a secluded spot, propping his hands on his knees, panting heavily. "Stupid rat! Why are you so fast? Did I never push you to your limit before?" Longqing muttered, frustration evident on his sweat-drenched face. Just then, footsteps approached, and Longqing turned to look, quickly standing up in respect. He brought his hands together and bowed deeply to the newcomer. Seeing his gesture, Shinxinzi couldn't help but chuckle. "You want to catch up with it? How about taking me as your master?" Shinxinzi approached and asked with a smile. Longqing scratched his head. "Senior, I have a master already." Shinxinzi continued with a smile. "Of course I know you have a master. Who said you could only have one master? Have you read Journey to the West?" Longqing nodded, but he didn't enjoy reading text as much as he liked listening to others. "You're like Sun Wukong and I'm Master Pewdie. How about I secretly teach you cultivation?" Shinxinzi asked, smiling knowingly. Like Yu Yingying, he had an inexplicable fondness for Longqing. He had observed the boy and confirmed that Longqing was not a reincarnated heavenly demon. To elicit a sense of closeness from an immortal venerable like himself, Longqing must have extraordinary innate chi fortune and a life grid beyond ordinary people. "Can you really be Master Pewdie?" Longqing asked doubtfully. Shinxinzi laughed. "I'm well aware you have a master, but who says you can't have multiple masters? Do you know what realm I am in? Unification. Haha, you even know about unification. Do you know what lies beyond the unification realm?" "What? You're higher than the unification realm?" Longqing was shocked. Having been raised in the 3rd Medicine Valley, he had some understanding of immortal cultivation realms. The unification realm was, in his perception, a godlike realm. Observing the disciples' attitudes toward Shinshinzi in the valley, he had guessed Shinshinzi was extraordinarily capable, but he had not expected him to be so powerful. Proudly lifting his chin, Shinshinzi declared, "Above unification lies the mystic heart realm. Above that, there are Mahayana, Nirvana, loose immortal, wandering immortal, and heaven and earth flying immortal. I am but one step away from heaven and earth flying immortal." With each realm name Shinshinzi uttered, Long Qing's mouth opened wider, and by the end of the list, he was agape with amazement. The expression on Long Qing's face greatly satisfied Shinshinzi. In that moment, he suddenly understood Supreme Immortal Venerable. Because he liked Journey to the West, he had read all the books written by Pan En. He didn't understand why Pan En's works were so popular. The characters lacked common sense, often mocking the protagonist, and the protagonist would purposely reveal his holiness, all of which seemed unrealistic to him. Today he had played the part, and at last he understood the appeal. Chapter 348. Studying the deification as Shinshinzi secretly admired Pan En's understanding of the human heart, Long Qing couldn't help but ask, "If you are so powerful, why do you stay in Medicine Valley?" Shinshinzi smiled gently and said, "I am not from the Supreme Sect. I just like the atmosphere here and want to stay for a few centuries to clear up the confusion in my heart." A few centuries. Long Qing's look at Shinshinzi changed, and he began to believe Shinzinzi's words. "You say you are a wandering immortal. How can you prove it?" "I am not a child." The 13-year-old Long Qing, claiming he was not a child, made Shinshinzi smile even more broadly. Shinshinzi grabbed Long Qing's shoulders, and without waiting for Long Qing to react, he leaped into the air. The world blurred before Long Qing's eyes. He instinctively closed them, and when he opened them again, he was stunned by the sight before him. He had actually come to the heavens. Below was an endless sea of clouds, and above, the sky was filled with stars, as though nested in the night, except these stars shone brighter and were more numerous. Densely packed, more so than the flowers and plants in the valley. Long Qing opened his mouth wide, his bright eyes sparkling with an unusual gleam. With a sky full of stars overhead, Long Qing's view of the world seemed infinitely larger. He twirled around on the spot, not even realizing there was no ground beneath his feet. Shinshinzi stood by, smiling. Suddenly, he understood Master Puti's feelings. No wonder Gu En said Master Puti was very fond of Sun Wukong. Long Qing turned several times, then suddenly realized he was suspended in midair, and quickly grabbed onto Shinzinzi's robe sleeve in fright. "Is this the heavens?" he asked Shinshinzi, full of anticipation. Seeing the boy's fearlessness, Shinshinzi held him in even higher regard. Shinshinzi replied, "Correct. We are extremely far from the ground. With the speed you chased the white spirit rat before, it would take at least 20 years to reach here." Upon hearing this, Long Qing widened his eyes. He instinctively looked down, seeing only a thick sea of clouds, but when he looked into the distance, he saw a shade of blue, unclear what it precisely was. He looked up again and pointed at a shooting star, asking, "What is that?" Shinshinzi looked up and answered, "That is a heaven and earth flying immortal returning, very far from us." "Heaven and earth flying immortal. Can I go to the stars?" "You cannot. One must reach the heaven and earth flying immortal realm to cross the invisible sky wall." "Heaven and earth flying immortal. I want to cultivate. I want you to be my master. Teach me how to reach the heaven and earth flying immortal." Long Qing clenched his fists, his voice filled with excitement. He hadn't even started qi absorption cultivation yet. Gu En said he would teach him when he turned 16, and forbade other disciples from teaching him privately. That's why Long Qing hadn't yet shown his talent. Shinshinzi saw his extraordinary physique and felt that even if he wasn't supremely talented, he would not be mediocre. He also marveled, how did Gu En always manage to find geniuses? Like the nine-fingered divine lord, he suspected that Gu En had a powerful backer. What sort of powerful figure that even he couldn't detect? It could be Sword Venerable Fudao or possibly other great cultivators, as the current Supreme Sect was full of hidden great cultivators, even beyond his understanding. In any case, hearing Long Qing's words, Shen Xinzi was very pleased. He smiled kindly and said, "Reaching the heaven and earth flying immortal realm is very difficult. Are you willing to dedicate yourself to cultivation?" Long Qing immediately nodded, assuring, "I will definitely not disappoint you, master." "Then why don't you kneel and kowtow to accept me as your master?" Shen Xinzi said with a smile. He wanted to emulate Master Puti to see if taking a disciple could lead to divine enlightenment. Long Qing immediately knelt and performed a ceremonial bow. Then looking up at Shen Xinzi, he asked, "Master, I heard that Medicine Valley once had a genius named Yang Jian. Can I surpass him?" Shen Xinzi helped him to his feet and said, "Yang Jian's talent is indeed exceptional, but your master is more formidable than his. In the future, you will surely surpass him." Upon hearing this, Long Qing's face lit up with an enthusiastic smile. Meanwhile, in the loft, Guwen, who had been reading, smirked. "Surpass Yang Jian? It's certainly not impossible, but in the coming century." Guwen thought to himself, looking forward to the expression on Shen Zinzi's face after he starts teaching Long Qing cultivation. With Shen Zinzi's Tao level, how could he help Long Qing unlock the path of returning primordial spirit? An hour later, the door opened. Long Qing walked in, approaching the table and looking at Guwen with a complex expression. Guwen looked up at him and asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Bullied by the Bull Demon King again?" Long Qing shook his head, then said, "Master, you are the most important to me in my heart. Do you believe that?" This statement amused Guwen. Was the boy feeling guilty? "Really? Well, see how you honor me in the future," Guwen said leisurely, his eyes returning to the book in his hands. Long Qing earnestly responded, "I will definitely honor you in the future. Once I become an immortal, I will make the supreme sect respect you." Long Qing's fighting spirit grew even stronger. Seeing that Guwen did not continue the conversation, he curiously asked, "Master, what are you reading? May I take a look?" Guwen closed the Green Hero travelogue, glared at him and said, "If you have nothing else to do, go chop some wood." Upon hearing this, Long Qing immediately scooted away. "Immortals don't have time to chop wood." He left with that spirited remark, and Guwen, smiling, continued reading. 2 days later, in an uninhabited part of Medicine Valley, within a bamboo grove, Shen Xinzi and Long Qing sat side by side in meditation. "Master, why haven't I cultivated any spiritual power yet?" Long Qing couldn't help opening his eyes and asking. Shen Xinzi, with his eyes closed, replied, "It's rare for someone to develop spiritual power within 2 days. Don't be impatient." He also wondered internally why it was taking so long. However, considering Yang Jian's early experiences with slow qi absorption, perhaps Long Qing had a unique physique. He decided not to dwell on it. He was very patient and would not become agitated over this. A figure swept across the bamboo grove from above, causing Shen Xinzi to look up. "It's him," Shen Xinzi murmured to himself. "Who?" Long Qing asked curiously, having caught a glimpse of the figure as well. Shen Xinzi shook his head and didn't continue. Long Qing quickly stood and ran towards the edge of the bamboo grove. Shen Xinzi got up as well, not angry at Long Qing's actions. After all, the boy was only 13. In the loft, Guwen replaced the book he had been reading with Investiture of the Gods and studied it carefully. Clang! The window was suddenly pushed open, startling Guwen as he turned his head, his face then breaking into a delighted smile. "Leah, how did you come back?" Guwen asked excitedly. Leah landed, adjusting his clothes while grumbling. "What? Aren't you happy to see me?" "How could that be? Please sit. Sit down." Guwen put down Investiture of the Gods, then stood up to brew tea for Leah. Leah took a seat at the table, noticing the book he had been holding, and laughed. "After all these years, you're still reading Investiture of the Gods? You don't think to discover some Tao in it like others, do you?" Guwen brewed the tea and replied, "Just browsing. The stories in this book surely can't compare to your experiences. Tell me, how have you been these years? Have you been injured?" Li Ya's expression turned serious as he said, With my current skills, how could I be injured? Besides, I have Divine Exotic City. Since you want to hear, I'll tell you all about it, and later you can take notes. Guwen brought over hot tea, placed the cup in front of him, sat down and said with a laugh, "Indeed, owning Divine Exotic City, even my disciple Long Qing couldn't possibly get injured.